Welcome back, guys. This is called the Fanfiction. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what stories and hidden within. This video is self-recorded and fully credited with line due to latest policies. What if Sirius Black rescued KB Harry from Godric Hollow and rewrote destiny forever? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1: The Night of Fire. The motorcycle tore through the November sky like a wounded beast, its engine a guttural roar that sliced through the freezing rain. Sirius Black flew low, hugging the treetops, ignoring the sleet that bit into his face like tiny shards of glass. His knuckles were white on the handlebars, his long black hair whipped wild around his hollow cheeks, and his gray eyes, normally bright with mischief, were dark as graves. He had never ridden faster in his life. The Fidelius charm had broken. He felt it snap an hour ago, a sickening lurch in his chest like the moment before falling from a great height. 1 second, the secret was locked inside him, burning warm and safe behind his ribs. The next, nothing. An empty void where knowledge had been. He could suddenly remember everything clearly: the cottage, the village, the road leading to it. He could see it in his mind with perfect, terrifying clarity. Which meant the secret was no longer a secret. Which meant the Potters were no longer hidden. He pushed the throttle harder, and the motorcycle screamed in protest. "Come on, come on, come on!" He hissed into the wind, swerving around a flock of startled owls. Below him, the English countryside blurred into streaks of black and gray. He had been at his flat in London when the charm broke, had been staring at the ceiling and thinking about James, about the war, about how none of this felt real. He had been reaching for a bottle of fire whiskey when the magic inside him simply evaporated. He had never operated so fast in his life. Nearly splinched himself taking the sharp turn into the alley behind his building. Didn't care. Nothing mattered except getting there. Please. 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 The words became a prayer, a chant, a desperate rhythm that matched the pounding of his heart. He had been named Secret Keeper. Him. Sirius Black, age 22, reckless, loyal Sirius. James had trusted him above anyone else. James had looked him in the eye 3 weeks ago in that tiny cottage kitchen, Lily sleeping on the couch with baby Harry in her arms, and said, "You're the only one, Padfoot. The only one I'd trust with my life." And Sirius had sworn. Had sworn on everything sacred, on his mother's grave, though he hated her, on the Marauder's map, on the bond that tied him to James since they were 11 years old and sleeping in adjacent four-poster beds. He had taken the secret and buried it so deep inside himself that he thought no force on earth could ever dig it out. But someone had. Someone had found it, pried it loose, and now. The cottage appeared at the edge of the valley. Sirius saw the glow before he saw the structure. A sick orange light, flickering and hungry, spilling over the treeline and reflecting off the low clouds like a second sunrise. His stomach turned to ice. No, 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 no! He banked hard, nearly losing control, and shot down toward the village of Godric's Hollow. The rain was letting up now, but the smoke was thickening, black and oily, carrying the acrid smell of burned wood and something worse. Something that smelled like magic dying. The motorcycle touched down in the main square, skidding across the cobblestones in a shower of sparks. Sirius didn't bother to turn off the engine. He vaulted off the bike while it was still moving, landed hard on his shoulder, rolled to his feet, and ran. He knew the way. The cottage was tucked behind the church, half hidden by an ancient yew tree, unremarkable from the outside. That was the point of the Fidelius, to make the unremarkable invisible. But the charm was gone now, and the cottage was anything but invisible. The roof had collapsed. Flames licked out of broken windows, their heat hitting Sirius from 50 yards away. The front door was gone, blasted inward, and the walls, Merlin, the walls were scorched black, cracks spiderwebbing across the stone like veins. But the fire wasn't ordinary fire. Even from here, Sirius could see the greenish tint at its heart. The way it moved against the wind, hungry and wrong. Dark magic fire. Cursed fire. He didn't slow down. He hit the doorway at a dead sprint, and the heat slammed into him like a physical wall. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, made his eyes stream, but he pressed forward, raising his arm to shield his face. The inside of the cottage was unrecognizable. Furniture splintered to kindling, pictures torn from walls, the staircase collapsed into a pile of rubble. Every surface was scorched, and the smell of blood and burned flesh and something metallic, something magical, something wrong, made him gag. "James!" His voice cracked through the roar of the flames. No answer. Just the wet snap of burning wood and the hiss of embers. "Lily!" He stumbled over the wreckage, heading toward the back of the cottage where the living room had been. The ceiling had fallen there, beams crisscrossing like a cage, but there was a gap, a narrow passage through the debris. He squeezed through, ignoring the burns spreading across his arms, ignoring the way his jacket had started to smolder. And then he saw them. James was lying on his back in the hallway, just outside what used to be the nursery door. His glasses were gone, knocked from his face. His eyes were open, staring at nothing, and there was a hole in his chest, a clean, terrible hole, the edges blackened and charred. No blood. That was the worst part. The curse had cauterized everything, left him looking almost peaceful if you didn't look too closely. Sirius stopped breathing. For one long, endless second, the world narrowed to that single image. James Potter, his brother in everything but blood, the boy who had pulled him out of the darkness of Grimmauld Place, and taught him that family wasn't about blood, it was about choice. James, who had laughed with him through 7 years of Hogwarts, who had held him upright at his mother's funeral, who had named him godfather to his son. Gone. Sirius's knees buckled, and he caught himself. On the doorframe, his nails digging into the wood so hard they split. A sound came out of him, not a word, not a scream, something raw and animal that was torn from somewhere deeper than his throat. But he couldn't stop. He pushed past James's body. He couldn't think about it, couldn't stop, and stumbled into the nursery. And there was Lily. She was crumpled against the far wall, her red hair fanned out around her like a halo of fire, her body curved protectively around something. No. Around someone. The crib had been knocked over, the mobile of golden snitches scattered across the floor, but she had fallen between the crib and the wall, her arms still stretched out, her fingers still reaching. Sirius saw her face, and his heart shattered again. She had been fighting. He could see it in the set of her jaw, in the dried tear tracks on her cheeks, in the way her left hand was still curled around her wand even in death. Lily Potter had died on her feet, had faced the Dark Lord himself and not begged, not pleaded, not broken. She had died protecting her son. He couldn't look at her. He couldn't. Her eyes were closed, and somehow that was worse than James's empty stare. She looked like she was sleeping. She looked like she might open her eyes at any moment and smile that sharp, clever smile and call him Padfoot in that exasperated tone she reserved for him. But she wouldn't. She wouldn't ever again. Sirius tore his gaze away from her and looked at the crib. The crib was empty. No. Wait. There, in the corner, beneath the collapsed window, a bundle of blankets. The blankets were moving. Slight, almost imperceptible, but moving. A tiny hand emerged from the fabric, fingers curling and uncurling, reaching for nothing. Sirius lunged forward, throwing aside broken boards and chunks of plaster, and dropped to his knees beside the bundle. The blankets were scorched, singed at the edges, but the child underneath was whole. A single cut on his forehead, thin and red and already healing, no, not healing. Changing. The edges of the wound were pulling together, knitting themselves closed, leaving behind something that looked like a scar. The shape of it was still forming, still raw, but Sirius could already see the lightning bolt pattern beginning to emerge. Baby Harry Potter opened his eyes. Green eyes. Lily's eyes. Bright and clear and impossibly aware for a child not yet 15 months old. He wasn't crying. He wasn't making any noise at all. He just stared up at Sirius with a look that was too old, too knowing, as if he had seen something that no child should ever see and was still trying to process it. "Oh, Harry!" Sirius whispered, and his voice broke on the name. He gathered the baby into his arms, blankets and all, and held him close. Harry was warm. Warm and alive and solid against Sirius's chest, his tiny heart beating fast like a hummingbird's wings. Oh God! Oh, Harry! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! I was supposed to, I should have. The flames roared behind him, cutting off his words. A beam crashed down in the hallway, blocking the way he had come. The greenish fire was spreading, licking up the walls, eating through the floorboards. The whole cottage would be gone in minutes. Sirius looked down at Harry, and something shifted inside him. Something cold and hard crystallized in his chest, pushing back against the grief, the guilt, the horror. He couldn't fall apart. Not yet. Harry needed him. Harry was alive, somehow, miraculously alive, and Sirius was his godfather, his protector, the only family he had left. You're the only one, Padfoot. James's voice, echoing in his memory. James had trusted him with this. With everything. And Sirius would not fail him again. He tucked Harry into the crook of one arm, shielding him from the heat with his own body, and raised his wand with the other. Protego Maxima. A dome of shimmering light erupted around them, pushing back the flames, clearing a path toward the shattered window. Sirius climbed through, glass crunching under his boots, and emerged into the back garden. The night air was cold and clean, a shock after the smoke-filled cottage, and Harry took his first real breath since Sirius had found him. A wet, shuddering gasp that turned into a wail. The sound was the most beautiful thing Sirius had ever heard. He stumbled across the garden, away from the burning cottage, away from the bodies of his best friends, away from everything he had lost. The wailing grew louder, more insistent, and Sirius realized that Harry was crying in earnest now, great, heaving sobs that shook his tiny body. He wasn't hurt. At least, not physically. But he had seen. He had seen his mother fall, his father fall, and even if he was too young to understand death, he understood loss. Children always did. Shh! Sirius murmured, bouncing him gently, pressing a kiss to his messy black hair. Shoo, Harry. I've got you. I've got you, and I'm not letting go. Not ever. He reached the edge of the garden and kept going, pushing through a gap in the hedge and onto the village green. The motorcycle was still there, engine idling, headlights cutting twin beams through the smoke. Sirius mounted it one-handed, settling Harry against his chest, and wrapped a thick leather strap around them both to keep the baby secure. Then he paused. He should wait. Someone would come. The Ministry would have felt the magical disturbance, the Fidelius breaking, the Dark Lord's presence, the death of 2 prominent Order members. Someone would be here any minute to investigate, to take control, to handle the situation. But Sirius knew what would happen if he stayed. He was a Black. His family name was Poison. His younger brother had died a Death Eater, his cousins were sworn to Voldemort, and his own mother had disowned him for being a blood traitor. The Ministry wouldn't ask questions. They would see a Black at the scene of a mass murder, and they would make assumptions. They would arrest him, interrogate him, and while he was trapped in a Ministry holding cell, Harry would be taken. Sent to an orphanage. Placed with strangers who didn't know him, didn't love him, didn't understand what he had lost. No. Sirius looked back at the burning cottage one last time. The flames had consumed the roof entirely now, and the walls were starting to crumble. Somewhere inside, hidden by smoke and ash, James and Lily lay dead. He couldn't save them. He couldn't bring them back. But he could save their son. He turned the motorcycle toward the sky and twisted the throttle. The bike shot upward, leaving Godric's Hollow behind, shrinking the burning cottage to a pinprick of light, then to nothing at all. Sirius flew into the clouds, into the dark, into the unknown, with Harry pressed against his heart. He flew for hours. Not toward London. Not toward any of his usual haunts. The Ministry would check those places first. They would search his flat, his family home, the hideouts he had used during the war. He needed somewhere safe. Somewhere no one would think to look. Somewhere he had never told anyone about. He thought of Remus. Remus would help. Remus would understand. But Remus was still in the field, still deep undercover with the werewolf packs, and Sirius didn't have a way to reach him without risking exposure. Besides, he looked down at Harry, who had cried himself into an exhausted sleep. Remus wasn't the one the Ministry would be looking for. Remus had a clean record, a good reputation, connections to Dumbledore. If Sirius brought Harry to Remus, the Ministry might never look twice. But no. That wasn't fair to Remus, and it wasn't safe for Harry. The Ministry would question Remus eventually. They would ask where he had been, what he knew, and Remus was a terrible liar. The truth would come out, and then Harry would be taken anyway. Sirius needed somewhere deeper. Somewhere darker. Somewhere he could disappear completely, at least for a little while, until he figured out what to do. Next. The motorcycle glided over the moors of northern England, the landscape below turning wild and desolate. The rain had stopped entirely now, and the clouds were beginning to break, revealing patches of cold, distant stars. Harry stirred against his chest, mumbled something unintelligible, and settled back into sleep. Sirius's mind was racing, trying to piece together what had happened. The Fidelius charm had been cast 3 weeks ago. James had been secret keeper for the first few days. That was the plan, the obvious plan, the one everyone expected. Then, at the last minute, they had switched. James had transferred the secret to Sirius, and Dumbledore had offered to be the secondary. But Sirius had refused. He had wanted to be the only one. He had wanted the weight of it, the responsibility, the trust. And now James and Lily were dead. Someone had broken the charm. Someone had forced the secret out of him, but that wasn't how the Fidelius worked. The secret could only be given voluntarily. It couldn't be tortured out of someone, couldn't be extracted by force or magic. The keeper had to speak it of their own free will. Which meant Sirius had told someone. But he hadn't. He had told no one. Not Remus. Not Dumbledore. Not even his own reflection in the mirror. He had taken the secret and locked it away, and he had never, not once, spoken it aloud. Unless he hadn't been the only secret keeper. The thought hit him like a punch to the gut. When the Fidelius was cast, the secret was placed inside him. But if someone else had been present during the casting, if someone else had been there when the secret was created, they might have been imprinted. Not a true keeper, not someone who could speak the secret, but someone who could sense it. Someone who could feel its location without needing it to be spoken aloud. Someone like Peter. Sirius's blood turned to ice. Peter Pettigrew. Little Peter, the 5th member of their group, the tag-along, the one who had always been. A bit nervous, a bit weak, but loyal. Always loyal. Peter had been there when the Fidelius was cast. He had stood in the corner of the kitchen, wringing his hands, offering to help in any way he could. Dumbledore had offered him a role, secondary keeper, backup, protection, but James had refused. James trusted Sirius completely. He didn't want backup. But Peter had been there. He had watched the charm form. He had seen the magic take shape, had felt it settle into Sirius's bones. And if he had been secretly working for the Dark Lord, if he had been a spy all along. Wormtail, Sirius whispered, and the name tasted like poison. It made terrible sense. Peter had always been overlooked. Underestimated. The others had treated him kindly, but there was always a hint of condescension, a sense that he was being carried along by more talented friends. It would have been easy for the Dark Lord to exploit that bitterness, to promise power and recognition, to turn Peter into a weapon. And Peter had been at Godric's Hollow. He was supposed to check on the Potters tonight, to bring them food and news from the Order. He would have knocked on the door. The Potters would have let him in, Peter, their friend, their ally, the last person they would ever suspect. He could have led the Dark Lord straight to them. Sirius's hands clenched on the handlebars, and the motorcycle wobbled. He forced himself to breathe, to steady his grip, to focus on the sky ahead. He couldn't lose control. Not here. Not now. Peter. The name burned in his mind. Peter had been the one to suggest Sirius as secret keeper. He had argued for it, insisted that Sirius was the obvious choice. At the time, Sirius had been flattered. Now he saw it for what it was, a trap. Peter had set him up. Made him the keeper so that when the Potters died, all suspicion would fall on Sirius. And it would. It absolutely would. Sirius Black, the heir to the House of Black, the troublemaker, the prankster, the one who had never quite fit in. The ministry would look at him and see a Death Eater in waiting. They would believe he had betrayed his best friends, and they would never, ever stop hunting him. Which meant he couldn't go back. Not to the Order. Not to Dumbledore. Not to anyone. He looked down at Harry again. The baby's face was peaceful in sleep, his small mouth slightly open, his tiny fingers curled around the collar of Sirius's jacket. The cut on his forehead had finished healing, leaving behind a scar thin and red, shaped like a lightning bolt. The mark of a killing curse that had somehow failed. Sirius didn't understand how Harry had survived. No one had ever survived the killing curse. It was impossible, unprecedented, a miracle of the highest order. But the Dark Lord had been there tonight, and he had cast the curse at Harry, and somehow, impossibly, the magic had rebounded. Destroyed the Dark Lord's body. Left him less than a ghost. The war was over. At least, that's what people would say. They would celebrate. They would throw parades and name holidays and call Harry the boy who lived. They would turn him into a symbol, a weapon, a thing to be used. Sirius wouldn't let that happen. He couldn't protect Harry from everything. He knew that. But he could protect him from this. From the fame, the expectations, the endless weight of being the one who defeated the Dark Lord. He could give Harry something that James and Lily would have wanted, a childhood. Real love. A chance to grow up as himself, not as a legend. The motorcycle descended toward a narrow valley, hidden between two jagged hills. At the bottom of the valley, almost invisible beneath a blanket of ivy, was a small stone cottage. Sirius had found it years ago, during one of his long aimless flights after a fight with his mother. It was old, abandoned, forgotten, tucked so far off the beaten path that even the owls didn't bother with it. No one knew about this place. Not James, not Remus, not Peter. It was Sirius's secret alone. He landed the motorcycle in the overgrown front garden and killed the engine. The silence was immediate and deafening, just the whisper of wind through the grass and the distant cry of some night bird. Harry stirred again, made a small questioning noise, then settled back against Sirius's chest. Sirius carried him inside. The cottage was small, one room downstairs with a fireplace and a rickety table, one room upstairs with a bed frame and nothing else. Dust covered everything, thick and undisturbed. Spiders had claimed the corners. But the roof was intact, the walls were solid, and the fireplace still had a connection to the flue network, faint, but there. Sirius waved his wand, and the dust vanished. A fire crackled to life in the hearth. The bed upstairs sprouted fresh sheets and a warm blanket. He transfigured a pile of old burlap sacks into a bassinet, and lined it with soft cotton. He laid Harry in the bassinet, and the baby's eyes fluttered open. Green eyes, Lily's eyes, staring up at him with that same unsettling awareness. "Hey there, Harry," Sirius whispered, brushing a thumb across the baby's cheek. "We're safe here. We're gonna be okay." Harry's lower lip trembled. For a moment Sirius thought he would start crying again. But instead the baby reached up with one small hand and grasped Sirius's thumb, held on tight, with a grip that was surprisingly strong. And Harry smiled. It was a tiny smile, fragile and fleeting, but it was there. A crack of light in the darkness. A promise that, somehow, someway, life would go on. Sirius smiled back, even as tears ran down his face. "I'm not leaving you," he said quietly, to Harry, to James, to the ghosts of everyone he had lost. "I'm never leaving you. I swear it." The fire crackled. The wind whispered outside. And somewhere in the distance, the first hints of dawn began to lighten the horizon. Sirius pulled a chair up to the bassinet, sat down heavily, and watched Harry sleep until the sun rose. He stayed in the cottage for 3 days. 3 days of hiding, of healing, of trying to piece together a shattered world. He didn't dare leave, not even to hunt for food. He lived on the stale biscuits he found in a tin by the fireplace, and the rainwater he collected in a chipped mug. He changed Harry's nappies with conjured cloth and fed him formula that he transfigured from a jug of old milk. Harry was quiet. Too quiet. He didn't fuss, didn't cry for attention, didn't demand anything. He just watched. Those green eyes followed Sirius everywhere, tracking his movements with an intensity that was almost frightening. It was as if Harry knew that everything had changed, that the world was dangerous now, that silence was safer than sound. On the second night, Sirius whispered the truth into Harry's small, perfect ear. Not because Harry could understand, he was barely more than a baby, but because Sirius needed to say it aloud. Your mom and dad are gone, Harry. They died protecting you. Your mom, she didn't even have her wand, and she stood in front of you anyway. She stood in front of you and she wouldn't move, and that's what saved you. Her love. It's old magic. Older than anything Voldemort knew. And he didn't understand it. Couldn't understand it. And that's why you're here. Harry gurgled softly and reached for Sirius's nose. Sirius smiled, a broken sound. You're gonna be amazing, you know that? You're already amazing. You've got Lily's eyes and James's heart, and I'm going to make sure you know them. I'm going to tell you everything. Every prank, every Quidditch match, every stupid argument they ever had. You're going to know your parents, Harry. I promise. On the third day, he heard the owls. Not just one owl, dozens. Their calls echoed across the valley, growing louder, more insistent. Sirius pressed himself against the window and peered through a crack in the boards. Owls were circling the cottage, carrying newspapers, the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, even the obscure magical tablets. They couldn't find him. The cottage was still hidden, protected by the same ancient magic that had kept it abandoned for decades. But the owls knew someone was here. They could smell life, warmth, magic. Sirius grabbed the nearest newspaper that had fallen into the garden and scanned the front page. Boy who lived vanishes from Godric's Hollow. In a shocking development, authorities have confirmed that the infant survivor of last Friday's attack, Harry James Potter, is missing from the scene of the crime. Ministry officials arrived at the destroyed Potter cottage to find no trace of the child, leading to fears that he may have been taken by Death Eater sympathizers. We are pursuing every possible lead, said Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold. The boy is not a suspect, he is a victim. Our primary concern is his safety and well-being. Anyone with information about his whereabouts is urged to contact the Aura office immediately. Suspects in the murder of James and Lily Potter include Sirius Black, the Potters' close friend and Harry Potter's godfather, who was seen fleeing the scene on a flying motorcycle. Black, a known associate of Albus Dumbledore's vigilante group, has not been apprehended. The public is warned that Black may be armed and dangerous. Sirius stopped reading. His hands were shaking, and not just from cold. They were calling him a suspect. Not a person of interest, not a witness, a suspect. They had already made up their minds. He folded the newspaper and tossed it into the fire. The flames devoured the pages, curling the edges, turning the words to ash. Armed and dangerous, he muttered bitterly. Right. Harry had started to fuss in his bassinet, hungry again, probably. Sirius lifted him out and held him close, pacing back and forth in front of the fire. The baby's warmth seeped through his clothes, grounding him, reminding him why he was here. I can't take you back, he said softly. You understand that, don't you? They'll put you somewhere terrible. Somewhere you won't be loved. I've seen what happens to orphans in the magical world, Harry. They end up in institutions, in foster homes, in places where no one cares if they're happy or sad or scared. I won't let that happen to you. Harry blinked up at him, calm and trusting. So we run. Sirius continued, his voice hardening with resolve. "We run, and we hide, and we stay alive. I'll keep you safe. I'll teach you everything your parents would have taught you. And when you're older, when you're strong enough, we'll find the truth. We'll find Peter. We'll clear my name." And then he stopped. The future stretched out before him, uncertain and terrifying. But also, somehow, full of possibility. "And then we'll rewrite this whole damn story?" The fire crackled, sending shadows dancing across the walls. Outside, the owls finally gave up and flew away, their calls fading into the distance. The valley fell silent again, save for the wind and the soft sound of Harry's breathing. Sirius sat down in the chair by the fire, Harry cradled against his chest, and began to plan. He would need a new identity. A safe place to live. Resources, money, food, potions, supplies. He would need to stay hidden from the Ministry, from the remaining Death Eaters, from anyone who might recognize him. He would need to be smart, careful, patient. But most of all, he would need to be a father. He looked down at Harry, at the lightning bolt scar already fading into a thin silver line, at the tiny hand that had curled around his thumb and never let go. "I'm not your dad," Sirius whispered. "James was your dad. He always will be. But I'm going to be the next best thing. I'm going to be your Padfoot. And nothing in this world or any other, is going to take me away from you." Somewhere in the distance, dawn was breaking. A new day. A new beginning. The war was over, but for Sirius Black and Harry Potter, another war was just beginning. One they intended to win. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Different Rescue. The first month was the hardest. Sirius learned things about himself that he had never known, things that James and Lily had probably learned in those exhausted, magical first weeks after Harry was born. He learned that babies needed to be fed every 3 hours, even when you hadn't slept in 48. He learned that the sound of a child crying could pierce through any barrier of exhaustion or despair, could drag you up from the deepest depths of unconsciousness with the force of a physical blow. He learned that love wasn't a feeling, it was a choice, made over and over again, in every feeding and every nappy change and every sleepless hour spent pacing the floor of a cramped, hidden cottage. The cottage in the valley wasn't safe anymore. The owls had found it once, and they would find it again. So Sirius packed what little he had, Harry's blankets, a few tins of food, a change of clothes for himself, and took to the skies once more. He flew north. The motorcycle cut through the cold December air, climbing higher and higher until the ground below was a patchwork of white and gray. Snow had begun to fall, light and drifting, catching in Harry's dark hair like tiny stars. The baby was wrapped in so many layers that he looked like a round, squirming burrito, a muggle term Sirius had picked up from Lily, who had insisted on keeping one foot in the non-magical world no matter how deeply she was drawn into the magical one. "You never know when you might need to disappear," she had said, smiling, bouncing baby Harry on her hip. Muggles have their own kind of magic, Padfoot. The magic of being invisible. If you ever need to hide, hide where no wizard would think to look. Sirius had laughed at the time, teasing her about her muggle-born sensibilities. Now, flying through the frozen darkness with her orphan son pressed against his chest, he understood exactly what she had meant. The Highlands of Scotland stretched beneath him, wild and empty. And ancient. Mountains clawed at the sky, their peaks lost in clouds. Valleys plunged deep between them, hidden from everything except the hardiest of creatures and the most desperate of men. Sirius had flown this route once before, years ago, during a particularly reckless summer when he and James had decided to see how far north the motorcycle could take them. They had crashed in a bog, nearly frozen to death, and been rescued by a hermit who lived in a cave and spoke only in riddles. James had loved every minute of it. Sirius blinked hard, forcing the memory away. He couldn't think about James right now. Couldn't think about the way James had laughed, the way his glasses had fogged up in the cold, the way he had insisted on naming the hermit's pet goat, Professor McGoatface, despite the hermit's increasingly aggressive protests. If he thought about James, he would fall apart. And if he fell apart, Harry would fall with him. He found the cave by memory, a dark slit in the side of a mountain, hidden behind a curtain of frozen waterfall. The hermit was gone, the cave empty, the fire pit cold. Sirius landed the motorcycle inside the entrance, the sound echoing off the stone walls, and killed the engine. The silence was absolute. He stood there for a long moment, breathing in the smell of damp rock and ancient earth, feeling the weight of the mountain above him. This was the kind of place where people disappeared. The kind of place where the world forgot you existed. Perfect. He spent the next week making the cave livable. Magic made it possible. Transfiguration turned stone into furniture, conjured blankets out of thin air, carved a proper entrance that could be sealed against the cold. He created a small room for Harry, warm and sheltered, with a crib that rocked itself when the baby cried. He created a larger room for himself, sparse and functional, with a desk where he could plan and a chair where he could watch over his godson in the dark hours before dawn. But magic couldn't fix everything. It couldn't conjure food. Gamp's law saw to that, so Sirius learned to hunt. He trapped rabbits in the valley below, skinned them with his wand, cooked them over the fire until the meat was tender and sweet. He foraged for berries and roots, relying on half-remembered lessons from a brief, rebellious stint in herbology. He melted snow for water and boiled it with pine needles to mask the taste of stone. And every night, when the cave grew dark and Harry slept, Sirius sat by the fire and thought about Peter Pettigrew. The betrayal festered in his chest like an infected wound. He turned it over and over in his mind, examining it from every angle, searching for some other explanation, some mistake, some misunderstanding, some innocent reason why the Dark Lord had found the Potters. But every path led back to the same conclusion. Peter had been there when the Fidelius was cast. Peter had known the secret's location. Peter had been the one to suggest Sirius as secret keeper. Peter had sold them out for a promise of power. And now Peter was free. Free to walk the streets, to laugh with friends, to sleep soundly in his bed while James and Lily rotted in the ground. The thought made Sirius want to scream. Made him want to hunt Peter down and tear him apart with his bare hands. No magic, no mercy, just the raw animal fury of a man who had lost everything. But he couldn't. He had Harry. Harry was the priority. Everything else, the revenge, the justice, the burning need to make Peter pay, would have to wait. Harry grew. Not in any obvious way. Babies didn't sprout inches overnight, but Sirius could see the changes accumulating day by day. The way Harry's eyes focused more sharply, tracking Sirius's movements across the cave. The way his hands learned to grasp, to hold, to pull. The way his face shifted through 100 tiny expressions, each one a window into a personality that was still forming, still becoming. He was James's son. Sirius saw it in the shape of his face, the unruly tuft of black hair that refused to lie flat, the way he scrunched up his nose when he was about to sneeze. But he was Lily's son, too, in the green of his eyes, the determined set of his tiny jaw, the quiet intensity that simmered beneath his baby-smooth skin. Sirius talked to him constantly. Not baby talk. He couldn't bring himself to use those sing-song, nonsense syllables that adults seemed to think infants required. He talked to Harry the way he would have talked to an adult, telling him stories about the Marauders, explaining the theory behind simple spells, describing the world outside the cave in vivid, sensory detail. "The sun's setting now," he said one evening, holding Harry up to the cave's entrance so the baby could see the sky bleeding orange and purple through the frozen waterfall. "Your mum loved sunsets. She used to drag your dad up to the astronomy tower every night during their 6th year, just to watch the stars come out. He pretended to hate it. Complained about the cold, the stairs, the fact that she made him leave his Quidditch practice early. But he went. He always went. Because she asked, and he couldn't say no to her. Not ever." Harry kicked his feet and made a cooing sound that might have been appreciation. "She was fierce, your mom," Sirius continued, settling back into his chair by the fire. "Fiercer than anyone I've ever known. When we were in school, there was this Slytherin, Mulciber, who tried to hex her on the way to potions. Just because she was muggle-born, just because he thought he was better than her. She didn't even use her wand. She just turned around, looked him in the eye, and told him exactly what would happen if he ever tried again. He avoided her for the rest of the year. He smiled, remembering. Lily's temper had been legendary. James had loved it, had loved her, with a devotion that bordered on worship. He had spent 2 years chasing her, being rejected, trying again, being rejected. Again, until finally, somehow, impossibly, she had said yes. He grew up. Lily had told Sirius once, when he asked what had changed. Asterisk. He stopped being a Torag and started being a man. And I couldn't ignore that. Not when he looked at me like I was the sun. Asterisk. Sirius had never understood that kind of love. He had never wanted it, never sought it out, never believed himself worthy of it. The Blacks didn't love, they possessed, they controlled, they destroyed. Sirius had escaped that house determined to be different, but some lessons were learned in the blood. Some curses were harder to break than others. But Harry was different. Harry looked at Sirius with those green eyes, James's eyes, Lily's eyes, and Sirius felt something crack open inside his chest. Something warm and terrifying and absolute. Love. Not the fierce, protective love he felt for James, which was the love of brothers, of equals. Not the grudging, admiring love he felt for Lily, which was the love of allies, of comrades. Something else entirely. Something primal and consuming, the kind of love that changed a person at the molecular level. He was not Harry's father. He would never claim to be. But he was something almost as important. He was the person who would never, ever leave. Winter deepened, and the world outside the cave turned savage. Snowstorms raged across the highlands, burying the valley in drifts as high as the cave's entrance. The frozen waterfall thickened into a solid wall of ice, sealing them inside. For 3 weeks, Sirius couldn't leave, couldn't hunt, couldn't forage, couldn't even stick his head outside without risking frostbite. They survived on the supplies he had stored: dried meat, preserved berries, melted snow. It wasn't enough, not really. His own stomach was perpetually hollow, his ribs beginning to show through his skin. But Harry never went hungry. Harry's bottles were full, his belly warm, his cries answered before they could fully form. Sirius learned to stretch the food, to make it last. He learned to sleep lighter, to wake at the smallest sound. He learned to conjure heat from his wand without exhausting himself, to keep the cave at a temperature that wouldn't chill a baby's fragile lungs. He learned what it meant to be a parent. And in the quiet moments, when Harry slept and the fire burned low, Sirius planned. He needed to clear his name. Not for himself. He didn't care if the world thought he was a traitor, didn't care if he spent the rest of his life in hiding. But Harry deserved better. Harry deserved a life without running, without fear, without the constant threat of capture. He deserved to go to school, to make friends, to fall in love, to grow old in a world where the name Black wasn't a curse. To do that, Sirius needed proof. Proof that Peter was the traitor. Proof that Sirius was innocent. And to get that proof, he needed to find Peter. But Peter was hiding. Not in the magical world, that would be too obvious, too easy to track. No, Peter would have done what any cornered rat would do. He would have burrowed into the Muggle world, changing his appearance, his identity, his very existence. He would be living among people who had no idea that magic existed, let alone that a traitor was hiding in their midst. Sirius had one advantage: he knew Peter. Not the brave, loyal facade that Peter had presented to the world, but the real Peter. The scared, desperate, ambitious Peter who had always been just a little bit jealous of James's talent, just a little bit resentful of Sirius's confidence, just a little bit hungry for approval that never quite came. Peter would run to something familiar. He wouldn't go completely alone. He was too weak for that. He would find someone to cling to, someone to protect him, someone to tell him what to do. Sirius thought about the Death Eaters who had escaped justice after the Dark Lord's fall. The Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Crouches, They had all claimed imperious, claimed innocence, claimed they had been forced to serve. The ministry had believed them, or had pretended to believe them, and they had walked free. But Peter wasn't one of them. Peter was nobody. A nobody who had done something terrible, something unforgivable, and now had no one to protect him. Unless Dumbledore knew. The thought stopped Sirius cold. Could Dumbledore have known about Peter? Could he have suspected, and done nothing? The Dumbledore Sirius knew was wise, powerful, seemingly all-seeing. He had built the Order of the Phoenix, had recruited its members, had coordinated the fight against the Dark Lord. If anyone could have seen the betrayal coming, it would have been him. But Dumbledore had also trusted Peter, had welcomed him into the Order, had given him missions, had treated him with the same careful kindness he showed everyone. If Dumbledore had suspected Peter of being a spy, he would have acted. Wouldn't he? Sirius didn't know. Couldn't know. And that uncertainty gnawed at him like a rat gnawing through wood. He couldn't trust anyone. Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not the Order. The only person he could trust was himself, and Harry. That would have to be enough. Spring came slowly to the Highlands, but it came. The ice on the waterfall began to crack, sending shards crashing down into the valley below. The snow retreated inch by inch, revealing patches of green grass and early wildflowers. Birds returned to the sky, their calls echoing off the mountains, filling the world with sound after months of silence. Harry was almost a year old now, or would be, in a few months. He had learned to sit up on his own, to reach for things, to babble in a language that only he understood. His hair had grown thick and dark, sticking up in every direction no matter how many times Sirius smoothed it down. His eyes were still that brilliant, startling green, and they still held that unsettling awareness, as if he knew things that no baby should know. Sirius had stopped being unsettled by it. He had come to accept it, even to find comfort in it. Harry was special. Harry had survived something impossible, had touched magic that no one else had ever touched, and that had left its mark on him. Not just the scar, though that had faded to a thin silver line, barely visible against his forehead, but something deeper, something in his very soul. The world would come for Harry eventually. Sirius knew that. The fame, the expectations, the weight of being the boy who lived, it would all find him, no matter how far Sirius ran. But he could delay it. He could give Harry a few years of normalcy, of safety, of love. He could build a foundation strong enough to withstand the storm that was coming. So he stopped running. Not completely. He was still a fugitive, still hunted, still careful. But he stopped hiding in caves, stopped surviving on rabbits and berries. He found a small village in the far north of Scotland, so remote that it didn't appear on most maps, and he bought a cottage with gold from the Black family vault, gold he had access through a complicated series of intermediaries, gold that couldn't be traced back to him. The cottage was small but sturdy, with thick stone walls and a thatched roof. It had a garden in the back, overgrown but fertile, and a view of the sea that stretched to the horizon. The neighbors were few and far between: a retired fisherman, a family of sheep farmers, an old woman who claimed to be a witch but was probably just eccentric. No one asked questions. No one pried. No one cared that a dark-haired man with a baby had appeared one day and simply stayed. Sirius introduced himself as William Brown. It was a plain name, a forgettable name, the kind of name that slid off the brain without leaving a mark. He told the neighbors that his wife had died in childbirth, a lie that made his chest ache with guilt, and that he had come to the north to escape painful memories. They nodded sympathetically and left him alone. It was perfect. Harry took his first steps on a warm July evening. Sirius was in the garden, pulling weeds from the vegetable patch, when he heard a small sound behind him, a shuffle, a breath, a tiny grunt of effort. He turned, and Harry was standing. Not holding on to anything. Not leaning against the wall. Standing on his own 2 feet, arms outstretched for balance, face screwed up in concentration. He took one step. Then another. Then a third, straight toward Sirius, arms still outstretched, mouth open in a wobbly smile. Sirius dropped the weeds. He didn't breathe. He didn't move. He just watched as Harry crossed the distance between them, one unsteady step at a time, until those tiny hands reached out and grabbed his trouser leg. "Duh," Harry said. And then he fell, plopping down onto the grass with a surprised grunt, looking up at Sirius with an expression of pure delight. Sirius picked him up, spinning him in the air, laughing until tears streamed down his cheeks. "You walked! Harry, you walked! And you tried to talk, did you try to talk? Say it again. Say, duh," Harry repeated, more confidently this time, and reached up to pat Sirius's face with a sticky hand. "Duh. Not Padfoot, not Sirius, not William. Duh." Sirius held him close, burying his face in Harry's dark hair, and let himself cry. Not from sadness, though sadness was always there, always lurking beneath the surface, but from something else. Something that felt like hope. Something that felt like home. "You're going to be amazing," he whispered, the same words he had whispered in the cave, in the burning cottage, in the darkness of Godric's Hollow. "You're going to be so amazing, Harry. And I'm going to be right here. Every step of the way." Harry babbled happily and tried to eat Sirius's ear. The sun set over the sea, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Somewhere far to the south, the Ministry was still hunting for Sirius Black, still calling him a murderer, still believing the lies that Peter Pettigrew had spread. The war wasn't over, not really. It was just sleeping, waiting for the right moment to wake. But in this moment, in this cottage by the sea, with Harry's sticky hand on his face, and the sound of his godson's laughter in his ears, Sirius allowed himself to believe that everything might be okay. He had saved Harry. Not from the killing curse. That miracle had already happened, performed by a mother's love and ancient magic that no one fully understood. But from a different kind of death. A death of the soul, of the spirit, of everything that made a person who they were. Harry would grow up loved. He would grow up safe. He would grow up knowing that he was wanted, cherished, protected. And when the world came for him, when the whispers and the prophecies and the weight of destiny finally caught up, he would be ready. Because Sirius Black would make sure of it. He carried Harry inside as the stars began to appear, one by one, scattered across the darkening sky like promises waiting to be kept. The fire was already lit, the tea was already brewing, and upstairs, Harry's crib was waiting, soft and warm. Another day done. Another year beginning. The rescue was complete. But the story was just starting to unfold. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Fugitive Guardian. The wanted posters appeared 3 weeks after they moved into the cottage. Sirius found one tacked to the door of the general store in the village, flapping in the sea breeze like a ghost. His own face stared back at him, younger somehow, despite only being a few months since the photograph had been taken. The eyes were the same, gray and intense, but there was something in the expression that he didn't recognize. Something harder. Something more dangerous. Wanted for murder. Sirius Orion Black. Known associate of he who must not be named. Approach with extreme caution, reward of 10,000 galleons. He stood there for a long moment, reading the words over and over, waiting for the shock to hit. But the shock never came. He had known this was coming, had been expecting it since the moment he flew away from Godric's Hollow with Harry in his arms. The Ministry needed someone to blame, someone to punish, someone to hang for the murder of James and Lily Potter. And Sirius Black, with his dark family history and his suspicious absence, was the perfect scapegoat. The storekeeper, old Mrs. McDougal, emerged from the shop with a broom in her hand. She was a tiny woman, bent with age, her face weathered by decades of sea wind. She looked at Sirius, at William Brown, the quiet young man who bought milk and bread every Tuesday, and then she looked at the poster. "Terrible business," she said, shaking her head. "That one." She jabbed a gnarled finger at Sirius's picture. "They say he killed his own best friend. Can you imagine? Such evil in the world." Sirius's throat closed. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Awful. Aye. Makes you grateful for the simple life, doesn't it? No magic, no murderers, just the sea and the sheep. She shuffled back into the shop, muttering to herself about the wickedness of wizards. Sirius pulled the poster from the door, crumpled it in his fist, and walked away. His hands were shaking, but not from fear. From rage. A cold, quiet rage that burned in his chest like a banked fire. 10,000 galleons. The ministry had put a price on his head. Every bounty hunter, every treasure seeker, every desperate fool in the magical world would be looking for him now. They would tear apart the country, search every village, question every stranger. They would find the cottage eventually, not because it wasn't hidden, but because hidden things always got found when the reward was high enough. He needed to move. Again. But he was so tired of moving. He sat in the cottage that night, watching Harry sleep, and tried to think. Harry was almost 14 months old now, growing stronger every day. He had learned to walk properly, to climb onto furniture, to open cupboards that Sirius had specifically charmed to stay closed. He had learned to say a few words, asterisk to asterisk, Sirius, no, everything, up, when he wanted to be carried, and more, when he wanted more food, more attention, more of whatever he couldn't have. He was curious and brave and stubborn, and he looked so much like James that sometimes Sirius couldn't breathe. Sirius had failed James. He knew that. He had been the secret keeper, the one person entrusted with the Potter's safety, and he had somehow let the secret slip. Not intentionally, never intentionally, but the result was the same. James and Lily were dead, and Harry was an orphan, and nothing Sirius could do would ever change that. But he could protect Harry. He could keep him safe. He could give him the life that James and Lily would have wanted, a life of love and laughter and freedom. Even if it meant running forever. He started packing that night. Not much, just the essentials. Clothes, blankets, a few of Harry's favorite toys. The rest he would leave behind. It was easier that way. Less to carry, less to lose. He was zipping up a bag when he heard the crack of apparition outside. His wand was in his hand before he consciously reached for it. He moved to the window, pressing himself against the wall, peering through the gap in the curtains. Two figures stood in the moonlit garden, tall, cloaked, wands drawn. Aurors. Ministry robes. The silver badges on their chests caught the light. How did they find us? Sirius whispered to himself. He had been so careful. So careful. No magic that could be traced, no contact with the magical world, no paper trail that led back to the cottage. And yet here they were, standing in his garden, searching for him. Harry stirred in his crib, making a small, questioning sound. Sirius moved quickly, silently. He lifted Harry from the crib, pressed him against his chest, and covered him with a blanket. The baby's eyes fluttered open, green and calm, and Harry looked up at him with that unsettling awareness, as if he understood that something was wrong. It's okay, Sirius breathed. We're leaving. Quiet now. He crept to the back door, eased it open, and slipped into the night. The garden was dark, the path to the cliff invisible in the shadows. He knew the way by heart, every rock, every root, every turn. He had walked it 100 times, carrying Harry, planning escape routes for moments exactly like this. Behind him, he heard the front door crash open. Asterisk. Ministry of Magic! Stay where you are! Asterisk. Sirius ran. Harry didn't cry. He never cried during moments like this, as if some primal part of him understood that silence meant survival. He just held onto Sirius's shirt with his tiny fists, his green eyes wide, his breath warm against Sirius's neck. The cliff path was treacherous in the dark, narrow and winding, with a sheer drop on one side and a wall of rock on the other. Sirius took it at a sprint, his boots slipping on wet grass, his free hand reaching out to steady himself against the stone. Behind him, he heard shouts. The Aurors had found the back door, were spreading out through the garden, were calling for backup. He reached the cliff's edge and didn't stop. He leaped. The motorcycle was hidden in a sea cave below, invisible from above, accessible only by a narrow ledge that required a combination of balance and magic to navigate. Sirius landed on the ledge, skidded on the wet rock, caught himself against the cave wall. Harry squeaked but didn't cry. Almost there, Sirius gasped, and he meant it for both of them. The cave was dark and cold, the sound of waves echoing off the stone. The motorcycle sat where he had left it, covered in a tarp, its engine cold. He uncovered it with a flick of his wand, strapped Harry into the makeshift carrier on his chest, and mounted the bike. Above him, he heard footsteps on the cliff. Voices calling down. Asterisk. He went over the edge. Asterisk. Asterisk. Check the water. Asterisk. He couldn't have survived that fall. Sirius twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward, out of the cave, over the churning sea, into the open sky. The wind hit them like a wall, cold and salty and fierce. But Harry was curled against his chest, protected by the blanket and by Sirius's own body. He flew low, hugging the waves, using the darkness as cover. Behind him, he saw lights flickering on the cliff, wands, illuminating the edge, searching the water below. But they were looking down, not up. They were looking for a body, not a fleeing fugitive. They didn't find him. By the time dawn broke over the horizon, Sirius was 100 miles away, flying over the moors of northern England, heading toward nowhere in particular. Harry had fallen asleep against his chest, his small body rising and falling with each breath, his fingers still curled around Sirius's shirt. Sirius looked down at him and felt the weight of everything, the guilt, the grief, the exhaustion, the fear, pressed down on his shoulders like a physical thing. "We'll find somewhere new," he said quietly, though Harry couldn't hear him. "Somewhere safe. Somewhere they won't find us. I promise." The words felt hollow. He had promised that before. Had promised it when they left Godric's Hollow, when they moved into the cave, when they settled in the cottage by the sea. And now those promises had been broken, shattered by two Aurors who had somehow tracked him to the most remote corner of Scotland. How had they found him? He had been so careful. No magic, no contact, no trail. And yet, he thought about the wanted poster. The reward. The way Mrs. McDougal had looked at him, at William Brown, with such trust and sympathy. Had she suspected? Had she reported him? No, she was a muggle, she couldn't have known about the reward, couldn't have contacted the ministry. But someone else could have. Someone in the village. Someone who recognized him, someone who wanted 10,000 galleons more than they wanted to mind their own business. He would never know. And it didn't matter. What mattered was that the cottage was compromised, the village was unsafe, and he and Harry were running again. The motorcycle droned on, carrying them south, away from the sea and toward the unknown. Sirius's body ached with exhaustion. He hadn't slept properly in days, hadn't eaten a full meal in weeks, had been running on adrenaline and desperation and the desperate need to keep Harry alive. He couldn't keep this up forever. Sooner or later, his body would give out. And if he collapsed, if he couldn't protect Harry, then everything would be lost. He needed help. But who could he trust? Remus was still undercover, still unreachable. The order had been compromised. If Peter was a spy, there could be others. Dumbledore was. Dumbledore. Powerful, yes, but also political, calculating, willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. Sirius didn't know if he could trust Dumbledore with Harry. Didn't know if he could trust anyone. Except the Potter's will. He had been named Harry's guardian. Not just godfather, legal guardian, with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. The will had been filed with the ministry, witnessed by Dumbledore and Bathilda Bagshot, signed and sealed and magically binding. If Sirius could get a copy of that will, if he could prove that he was Harry's rightful guardian, then maybe. No. The ministry thought he was a murderer. They wouldn't care about a will. They would arrest him on sight, throw him in Azkaban, and leave Harry to rot in some orphanage while they debated who should take custody of the famous boy who lived. Unless he could clear his name first. The thought had been circling in his mind for months, growing stronger, more insistent. He couldn't run forever. Eventually, he would have to stand and fight. Eventually, he would have to prove to the world that he was innocent, that Peter was the traitor, that Harry belonged with him. But how? How did you prove something when the only witness was a rat who had gone into hiding? How did you fight a ministry that had already decided you were guilty? How did you win when the entire world was against you? He didn't know. But he had to figure it out. For Harry. The days blurred together after that. Sirius moved from place to place, never staying longer than a week, never settling anywhere long enough to be found. He learned to sleep in shifts, to keep his wand in his hand at all times, to read the signs of pursuit in the flight of birds and the behavior of strangers. He learned to blend in with muggles, to dress like them, to talk like them, to think like them. He learned to be invisible. Harry grew. He learned to run, to climb, to hide. He learned to be quiet when Sirius told him to be quiet, to stay still when Sirius told him to stay still, to trust that his godfather would keep him safe no matter how scary things got. He learned to say more words, asterisk go, hide, run, safe asterisk, and to understand the urgency behind them. He was 2 years old when the nightmares started. Not the normal nightmares of childhood, monsters under the bed, shadows in the corner. These were worse. These were about green light and screaming and a woman's voice pleading for mercy. Harry would wake up screaming, thrashing in his sleep, his small body soaked with sweat. He would reach for Sirius with desperate hands, clutching at him like a drowning man clutching a lifeline, and he would whisper words that made Sirius's blood run cold. Asterisk. Green. So much green. And Mum. Mum was. Asterisk. He never finished the sentence. Never could. The memory, if it was a memory, if a 2-year-old could truly remember something like that, was too terrible to put into words. Sirius held him through the nightmares, rocking him, singing to him, telling him stories about James and Lily until the screaming stopped, and the tears dried and Harry fell back asleep, exhausted. And then Sirius would sit in the dark, watching over him, and think about the night his world ended. The nightmares became part of their routine. Harry would wake, Sirius would comfort, they would both fall asleep as dawn approached. It wasn't sustainable. Neither of them was getting enough rest, and Sirius could feel his own mind beginning to fray at the edges. The paranoia, the anxiety, the constant, crushing weight of responsibility. But what choice did he have? He couldn't take Harry to a healer. They would recognize him, report him, arrest him. He couldn't ask for help. There was no one to ask. He couldn't stop running. Stopping meant death, or worse. So he kept going. Kept moving. Kept surviving. And he watched Harry grow. Harry was 3 when the accidental magic started. It happened during one of their close calls. They had been staying in a small flat above a pub in Liverpool, muggle, crowded, anonymous. Sirius had let his guard down for just a moment, just long enough to close his eyes and drift toward sleep, when the door burst open and 3 auras stormed inside. Asterisk. Sirius Black. You are under arrest for the murders of James Potter, Lily Potter, and Peter Pettigrew. Asterisk. Peter Pettigrew? They thought Peter was dead? The shock of it almost froze Sirius in place. Almost. But not quite. He grabbed Harry and ran, diving through the window, landing hard on the street below. The auras were right behind him, their wands raised, spells flying past his head. And then Harry screamed. Not a normal scream, a magical one. The sound ripped through the air like a physical force, knocking the auras off their feet, shattering windows up and down the street, sending parked cars skidding sideways. The wave of magic erupted from Harry's tiny body and expanded outward, unstoppable and raw, pure emotion given form. Sirius grabbed Harry and ran, disappearing into the maze of alleys behind the pub. The auras didn't follow. They couldn't. The magic had disoriented them, knocked them down, left them scrambling to recover. By the time they got back to their feet, Sirius and Harry were gone. He found them a new place that night, an abandoned house on the outskirts of Leeds, hidden behind overgrown hedges and a for sale sign that had been there for years. It was damp and cold and smelled of rot, but it had walls and a roof and a basement where they could hide if the Aurors came again. Harry was exhausted, trembling in Sirius's arms, his small face pale and drawn. The magical outburst had drained him completely, leaving him limp and quiet, his green eyes half closed. "Hey, little one," Sirius whispered, settling onto a musty couch in the front room. "You did so well. You saved us. Do you understand? You saved us." Harry blinked up at him, confused. "Magic?" "Yeah." Sirius kissed his forehead. "Magic! You're magic! You're going to be so powerful someday, Harry. More powerful than any of them. But for now," he pulled a blanket around them both. "For now, let's just rest. Okay?" Harry nodded, already falling asleep, his body going soft and heavy against Sirius's chest. Sirius didn't sleep. He couldn't. He sat in the darkness of the abandoned house, holding his godson, and thought about the future. Harry's magic was manifesting early. Most children didn't show signs until they were 5 or 6, and even then, it was usually small things. Levitating toys, changing the color of objects, accidental bursts when they were angry or scared. But Harry's magic had been something else entirely. Something huge. Something that hinted at power far beyond his years. The Boy Who Lived. The title had followed them, even in hiding. Sirius had seen the newspapers, the headlines, the endless speculation about where Harry had gone, who had taken him, whether he was alive or dead. The magical world was obsessed with him, fascinated by him, hungry for any scrap of information about the child who had defeated the Dark Lord. They would never stop looking. But maybe, they wouldn't find him. Maybe Sirius could keep running, keep hiding, keep protecting Harry until he was old enough to protect himself. Or maybe it was time to stop running. The thought scared him more than any aura, any poster, any price on his head. Stopping meant trusting. Stopping meant risking. Stopping meant putting Harry in the path of danger instead of shielding him from it. But running wasn't working anymore. The Aurors had found them 3 times in the past 2 years. 3 times, they had narrowly escaped. 3 times, Sirius had seen the look in Harry's eyes, the fear, the confusion, the dawning understanding that the world was not safe and might never be safe again. He couldn't keep doing this to Harry. Couldn't keep dragging him from place to place, never settling, never belonging. Harry deserved a home. A real home, with a real bed and a real garden and friends who would stay longer than a week. He deserved to be a child, not a fugitive. So Sirius made a decision. He would find Peter. Not today, Harry was too young, too vulnerable, too dependent on him. But soon. In a year, maybe 2, when Harry was old enough to understand, old enough to be left with someone trustworthy, Sirius would hunt down the rat and drag the truth out of him. And then, he would come back for Harry, and they would have their happy ending. No matter what it cost him. He started planning that night, while Harry slept. Not a detailed plan, there were too many unknowns for that. But a framework. A direction. A goal. Step 1. Find a safe place to raise Harry. Somewhere permanent, somewhere hidden, somewhere the Ministry would never think to look. Not the magical world, that was compromised. Not the Muggle world, too many witnesses, too many risks. Somewhere in between. Somewhere that existed in the cracks, the margins, the places that people forgot. Step 2. Raise Harry. Teach him everything. He needed to know magic, survival, the truth about his parents. Build him into someone strong, someone capable, someone who could face the world without fear. Step 3. Find Peter. Track him down, capture him, force the truth out of him. Use Veritaserum if necessary, use any means necessary. Make him confess to the Ministry, to the public, to everyone who had believed the lies. Step 4. Clear his name. Reclaim his place as Harry's guardian. Give Harry the life he deserved. It was a good plan. A simple plan. A plan that could work, if Sirius was careful, if he was patient, if he didn't let his rage and grief and desperation get the better of him. He could do this. For James. For Lily. For Harry. He would do this. The next morning, Sirius packed their few belongings and left the abandoned house. He didn't know where they were going yet, only that they were going somewhere new, somewhere safe, somewhere that could become home. He carried Harry to the motorcycle, strapped him into the carrier, and paused to look back at the house one last time. It was ugly and broken and full of shadows, but it had sheltered them, if only for a night. That was more than most places had given them. "Ready?" he asked Harry. Harry nodded solemnly, clutching a stuffed dog that Sirius had transfigured from a sock. "Go," he said. "Yeah." Sirius twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. "We go." They rose into the gray morning sky, leaving Leeds behind, leaving the Orus behind, leaving the wanted posters and the 10,000 galleons and the weight of the world behind. For now, at least. For this one moment. The wind whipped past them, cold and clean, carrying the promise of a new beginning. Sirius didn't know where they would end up, didn't know if they would ever stop running, ever find peace, ever escape the shadows of the past. But he knew one thing. He would never let Harry go. Not to the Ministry. Not to Dumbledore. Not to anyone. Harry was his. His. To protect, his to raise, his to love. And as long as Sirius was alive, as long as there was breath in his body and magic in his blood, he would keep that promise. The motorcycle climbed higher, disappearing into the clouds, vanishing from the world below. Somewhere far behind them, the Orus were still searching, the Ministry was still hunting, the world was still waiting for the boy who lived to reappear. But they wouldn't find him. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. Because Sirius Black was the best secret keeper the world had ever known. And he would keep this secret until his dying breath. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Raising the Boy Who Lived. The cottage in the Highlands became a home. Not the one by the sea, that place was lost, compromised, a memory now. This was a different cottage, deeper in the mountains, so far from any road or village that even the post owls got lost trying to find it. Sirius had discovered it during his 5th year at Hogwarts, when he and James had flown north on a dare and gotten caught in a blizzard. They had taken shelter in the abandoned building, huddling together for warmth, laughing at the absurdity of their situation even as their lips turned blue. Now, years later, the cottage was still there. Still abandoned. Still hidden. But not for long. Sirius spent the first month repairing the damage, fixing the roof, sealing the windows, reinforcing the walls against the harsh mountain weather. He cleared out the debris left by decades of neglect, rotted furniture, animal nests, the bones of small creatures who had wandered in and never wandered out. He scrubbed the floors until they shone, hung curtains over the windows, built a proper fireplace that roared with warmth even on the coldest nights. And slowly, piece by piece, the cottage became a home. Harry helped, in his own 3-year-old way. He carried small sticks to the fire, handed Sirius tools he didn't need, and provided running commentary on everything that happened. His vocabulary had exploded over the past few months. He used words like weapons now, stringing them together into sentences that revealed a mind far sharper than his age suggested. Why is the roof broken?" he asked, watching Sirius balance precariously on a conjured ladder. "Because no one fixed it for a long time." "Why didn't anyone fix it?" "Because no one lived here." "Why didn't anyone live here?" Sirius paused, hammer in hand, and looked down at his godson. Harry's green eyes, Lily's eyes, were wide and curious, his small face scrunched in concentration. He wasn't asking to be annoying. He genuinely wanted to know. He genuinely wanted to understand the world around him, to fit every fact into its proper place. "Because," Sirius said carefully, "sometimes places get forgotten. People leave, or they die, or they just move on. And the places they leave behind wait for someone new to come along and love them again." Harry considered this. "We're the new ones?" "Yeah." Sirius smiled, despite the ache in his chest. "We're the new ones." Harry nodded, satisfied with that answer, and went back to stacking sticks by the fire. He was wearing a sweater that Sirius had knitted, badly, with uneven stitches and mismatched sleeves, and his dark hair stuck up in every direction despite Sirius's best efforts to tame it. He looked like a miniature James, a ghost of the past brought back to life. Sirius turned back to the roof and kept hammering. The years that followed were the hardest and the best of Sirius's life. Hard, because he was raising a child alone in the middle of nowhere, with no help, no support, and no guarantee that tomorrow wouldn't bring another team of Aurors crashing through their door. Hard, because every time Harry laughed, Sirius heard James. Every time Harry concentrated, Sirius saw Lily. Every time Harry looked at him with those green eyes, Sirius felt the weight of his failure pressing down on his chest. But also the best. Because Harry was amazing. Not in the way the newspapers would have described him, not as a symbol, or a savior or a weapon. Amazing in the simple, everyday way that only a parent could appreciate. The way he learned to read at 4, sounding out words with fierce determination. The way he befriended every creature they encountered, rabbits, birds, even a grumpy badger that lived under the porch. The way he asked questions relentlessly, hungrily, as if the world was a puzzle he was determined to solve. Sirius taught him everything he knew. Not just the basics, though those were important, too. He taught Harry about the stars, naming each constellation and telling the myths behind them. He taught him about plants, which ones were safe to eat and which ones would make you wish you hadn't. He taught him about survival, how to track animals, how to build a fire, how to find north without a compass. And he taught him about magic. Not formal magic, not spells and potions and wand movements. Harry was too young for that, and the trace would alert the Ministry if he performed any magic outside of Hogwarts. But Sirius taught him the theory behind magic, how it worked, where it came from, why some people had it and others didn't. He taught him about the 4 houses of Hogwarts, the history of the founders, the stories of Merlin and Morgan Le Fay. He taught him about the dark arts and why they were dangerous, about the importance of intention and emotion in spell casting, about the ancient magic that existed before wands and words. Harry ate it up. He absorbed information like a sponge, memorizing facts and asking for more. He had a natural curiosity that reminded Sirius of Lily, that same relentless drive to understand, to question, to never accept things at face value. But he also had James's humor, James's mischief, James's uncanny ability to find trouble even in the most mundane situations. Like the time he decided to help Sirius cook dinner and accidentally set the kitchen on fire. Or the time he tried to fly on a broomstick, an old, broken broomstick that Sirius had found in the attic, and crashed through the greenhouse roof. Or the time he asked a passing traveler for directions and somehow convinced the man that Sirius was a retired dragon tamer from Romania. Dragon tamer? Sirius had said, trying not to laugh. Really? That's the cover story you came up with? Harry had shrugged, unrepentant. He believed it. He was drunk. Still believed it. Sirius had ruffled his hair and called him a menace. Harry had grinned, and for just a moment, the weight of everything, the running, the hiding, the grief, had lifted from Sirius's shoulders. This was why he did it. This was why he kept fighting, kept surviving, kept hoping. For moments like this. For the sound of Harry's laughter echoing through the mountains. For the feeling of small arms wrapping around his neck and a small voice whispering, "I love you, before bed." He wasn't James. He would never be James. But he was enough. He had to be enough. Because Harry deserved someone who would never give up on him, and Sirius Black had never given up on anything in his life. Harry was 5 when the first Sirius test came. Sirius had gone out to hunt, something he still did, despite the enchanted garden that provided most of their food, leaving Harry alone in the cottage for a few hours. It wasn't unusual. Harry was responsible, careful, and the cottage was protected by enough wards to stop an army. Sirius had explained the rules 100 times. Don't open the door to strangers, don't use magic, don't leave the garden. Harry had nodded, promised to be good, and waved goodbye from the porch. When Sirius returned, the cottage was surrounded. Not by Aurors, by something worse. Creatures. Dark creatures, drawn by something Sirius couldn't sense. Dementors, at least a dozen of them, floating around the cottage like wraiths, their rotting hands reaching toward the windows, their hooded faces turned toward the warmth inside. Sirius's blood turned to ice. He had faced dementors before, during the war. He knew what they could do, how they could suck the happiness from a room, the soul from a body, the will to live from the strongest of hearts. But facing them now, knowing that Harry was inside, alone, unprotected, he didn't think. He acted. The motorcycle was still running, he hadn't bothered to turn it off, and he shot toward the cottage like a bullet, his wand raised, a Patronus already forming on his lips. The silver stag burst from his wand, galloping across the garden, scattering the dementors like leaves before a storm. But there were too many. For every dementor the stag drove away, two more took its place. They were focused on the cottage, on the life force inside, on the small, warm presence that was Harry Potter, boy who lived. Sirius crashed through the front door, nearly falling off the bike, and found Harry standing in the middle of the living room. He wasn't crying. He wasn't hiding. He was standing with his feet planted, his small hands clenched into fists, his green eyes blazing. And around him, the air was shimmering, not with fear or desperation, but with something else. Something powerful. Something protective. The dementors couldn't touch him. They tried. They pressed against the windows, against the doors, against the walls. But every time they came close, the shimmering light around Harry pushed them back. It wasn't a Patronus. He was too young for that, too untrained. It was something older. Something deeper. The same magic that had saved him from the killing curse on that terrible night in Godric's Hollow. Love. Protection. Sacrifice. Lily's magic, still alive in his blood, still shielding him from the darkness. Sirius crossed the room in 3 strides, grabbed Harry, and held him tight. The boy was shaking, not with fear, but with the effort of maintaining whatever spell had wrapped itself around him. His small body trembled in Sirius's arms, and his breath came in short, sharp gasps. "It's okay," Sirius whispered. "I'm here. I'm here. You can let go now." Harry let go. The shimmering light vanished, and the boy collapsed against Sirius's chest, unconscious. But alive. Whole. Unharmed. Outside, the dementors were retreating, driven back by the Patronus and by the sudden absence of whatever had drawn them. They faded into the mountains, disappearing into the mist, leaving behind only the cold and the silence. Sirius carried Harry to his bed, tucked him in, and sat watch over him until dawn. He didn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. All night, he replayed the scene in his mind, Harry standing alone, surrounded by darkness, holding it back with nothing but his mother's love and his own stubborn will. He was only 5 years old, and he had already faced the worst that magic could throw at him. What would he be like at 11? At 17? What would the world demand of him, and could Sirius protect him from it? He didn't have the answers. But he had a promise. Harry would be ready. Whatever came, whatever darkness rose from the ashes of the war, Harry would be ready. Because Sirius would make sure of it. After the Dementor attack, Sirius changed his approach. He had been teaching Harry theory, history, survival. But now it was time to teach him something more. Something that could save his life. He started with meditation. Not the kind of meditation that monks practiced, the kind that wizards used to center their magic, to connect with the core of their power. He taught Harry to sit still, to breathe deeply, to feel the magic flowing through his veins like a second heartbeat. He taught him to recognize the difference between his own magic and the magic of the world around him, to sense the ebb and flow of power that existed in everything, the stones, the trees, the air itself. Harry took to it naturally, as if he had been meditating for years instead of weeks. He could sit for an hour. Without moving, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and even. Sometimes, when he meditated, the objects around him would float, small things, at first, like pebbles and twigs, But as he got older, the objects got larger. By the time he was 7, he could levitate the kitchen table without even opening his eyes. Sirius watched him with a mixture of pride and unease. Harry was powerful. More powerful than any child his age had any right to be. And power, in the wrong hands, was dangerous. But Harry's hands were not wrong. Harry's hands were gentle, careful, kind. He used his magic to help, not to hurt, to water the garden, to clean his room, to mend the toys he accidentally broke. He never lashed out, never used his power to intimidate or control. He had James's heart, and that heart kept him grounded, kept him good. The training continued. Physical training, because magic wasn't everything. Sirius taught Harry to run, to climb, to fight with his hands and feet. He taught him to fall without breaking bones, to dodge without thinking, to use the environment as a weapon. He taught him to be aware of his surroundings at all times, to notice the small details that others missed, to trust his instincts even when they contradicted logic. Harry was a natural athlete, just like James. He took to physical training the way a fish took to water, effortlessly, joyfully, with a competitive spirit that pushed him to always do better. He could run for miles without tiring, climb trees that would make a squirrel nervous, and throw a punch that would stagger a grown man. But more than that, he was smart. Not book smart, though he was that, too, but situationally smart. He could read a room, assess a threat, calculate odds in the span of a heartbeat. He had inherited Lily's sharp mind, her ability to see patterns and connections that others missed. Together, they made him nearly unstoppable. Nearly. Harry was 8 when he asked the question that Sirius had been dreading for years. They were sitting on the porch of the cottage, watching the sun set behind the mountains. The sky was on fire, oranges and reds and purples bleeding into each other, painting the world in shades of gold. Harry was eating an apple, taking small, thoughtful bites, his green eyes fixed on the horizon. "Duh," he said, not looking at Sirius. "Who were my real parents?" Sirius's heart stopped. He had known this question was coming. Had known it since the moment he took Harry from Godric's Hollow, since the moment he became William Brown instead of Sirius Black. He had prepared for it, rehearsed answers in his head, imagined every possible variation of the conversation. But now that it was here, now that Harry was looking at him with those serious green eyes, waiting for an answer, all his preparation flew out the window. "Your parents," Sirius said slowly, "were the bravest people I ever knew." Harry turned to face him fully. His expression was calm, patient, but there was something underneath, a hunger, a desperate need to know. He had been carrying this question for a long time, waiting for the right moment to ask. "Tell me about them." Sirius took a deep breath. And then he told Harry everything. He told him about James Potter, the cocky, messy-haired boy who had become his best friend on the Hogwarts Express. The prankster who had never met a rule he didn't want to break. The Quidditch player who had led Gryffindor to 3 consecutive victories. The man who had grown up, fallen in love, and become a father. He told him about Lily Evans, the brilliant Muggle-born girl who had refused to be intimidated by anyone. The top of their year, the pride of Slughorn's classroom, the witch who had invented spells that were still being studied decades later. The woman who had stood between her son and the Dark Lord and refused to move. He told them about their love, how James had chased Lily for 2 years before she finally said yes, how they had married in a small ceremony surrounded by friends, how they had named Harry after James's father and Lily's mother. He told them about the cottage in Godric's Hollow, the night the Dark Lord came, the sacrifice that had saved Harry's life. He told them about himself, about being named Secret Keeper, about the Fidelius charm breaking, about arriving at the cottage to find it already burning. He told them about Peter's betrayal, about the ministry's accusation, about running and hiding and raising Harry alone. He told them everything. Harry listened in silence. Tears streamed down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. He just listened, absorbing every word, filing each detail away in that sharp, organized mind of his. When Sirius finished, the sun had set and the stars were coming out. The first bright points of light appeared in the darkening sky. Sirius's namesake, the dog star, blazing in the east. Harry was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "My mom loved me enough to die for me." "Yes." "And my dad loved you enough to trust you with his life." "Yes." Harry turned to look at him. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry now, his jaw set in that stubborn way he had. "You didn't betray them. Peter did. And one day, we're going to find him and make him tell the truth." It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. Harry had no doubt, no hesitation. He believed in Sirius with the same fierce loyalty that James had shown, the same unwavering trust that Lily had given. Sirius pulled him into a hug, holding him tight. "Yeah," he whispered. "Yeah, we are." They sat on the porch for a long time after that, watching the stars wheel overhead, wrapped in each other's warmth. The mountains were dark around them, the cottage warm behind them, the future uncertain ahead of them. But for the first time in 8 years, Sirius felt something he had almost forgotten. Hope. That night, after Harry had gone to bed, Sirius stood by the window and looked out at the mountains. The moon was full, casting silver light across the peaks, turning the world into something out of a dream. He thought about James and Lily. About the life they should have had, the birthdays, the holidays, the quiet evenings spent watching Harry grow. About the future they would never see, the grandchildren they would never hold, the old age they would never reach. He thought about Peter. The rat. The traitor. Hiding somewhere in the world, living a lie, pretending to be something he wasn't. He thought about the ministry. The Aurors. The wanted posters with his face on them, calling him a murderer, offering a reward for his capture. And he thought about Harry. His son in every way that mattered. His reason for breathing, for fighting, for surviving. The boy who had looked at him tonight with those green eyes and said, asterisk, "We're going to find him." Asterisk. Not you, we. Harry saw himself as part of this fight. Not as a victim, not as a burden, but as a partner. An ally. A co-conspirator in the quest for justice. Sirius didn't know whether to be proud or terrified. Probably both. He turned away from the window and climbed the stairs to the bedroom he shared with Harry. The boy was asleep, his face peaceful, his dark hair spread across the pillow like a shadow. The scar on his forehead, the lightning bolt, the mark of his survival, was silver in the moonlight. Sirius sat on the edge of the bed and watched him sleep for a while. Then he leaned down, pressed a kiss to Harry's forehead, and whispered the words he whispered every night. "I've got you. And I'm never letting go." Harry stirred, mumbled something unintelligible, and settled back into sleep. Sirius lay down beside him, pulled the blanket over them both, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, they would train. Tomorrow, they would plan. Tomorrow, they would take another step toward the future they were building together. But tonight they rested. Because even the strongest warriors needed to sleep. Even the bravest hearts needed to heal. And even the most hunted fugitives deserved to dream. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, A Child Without the Cupboard. Harry Potter was 9 years old when he first realized that other children did not live like him. The realization came on a rare trip into the Muggle world, a necessary errand, a risk Sirius took only when absolutely required. They needed supplies, medicine for Harry's occasional winter cough, new boots for his growing feet, and a replacement part for the motorcycle's enchanted engine. Sirius had chosen a small town in the Scottish lowlands, far from any magical population, where the chances of being recognized were slim and the people minded their own business. Harry walked through the streets with his hand in Sirius's, his dark hair hidden under a wool cap, his green eyes scanning everything with the alertness of a child raised in hiding. He noticed the other children immediately. They were laughing, shouting, chasing each other across a patch of grass near the town square. They wore bright clothes and carried colorful toys, and none of them looked over their shoulders or scanned the rooftops for danger. "Duh," Harry said, tugging on Sirius's sleeve. "Why are they playing outside?" Sirius looked down at him, his gray eyes crinkling with something that might have been sadness or might have been pride. "Because they can, pup. Because no one is hunting them." Harry watched the children for a long moment. One of them, a boy about his age, with red hair and freckles, tripped and fell, skinned his knee, burst into tears. Within seconds, a woman rushed over, gathered him in her arms, and kissed his forehead. The crying stopped almost immediately, replaced by hiccuping sobs and a wet smile. Harry looked away. He didn't ask why no one kissed his knees when he fell. He already knew the answer. Sirius kissed his knees. Sirius kissed his forehead, his scraped palms, the bruises he earned during training. Sirius was always there, always watching, always waiting to catch him. But Sirius was also watching the shadows, listening for footsteps, reading the faces of strangers for signs of recognition. He could not give Harry the oblivious, carefree childhood that other children seemed to enjoy. He could only give him something else. Something harder. Something that might keep him alive. Harry understood this. He had understood it for as long as he could remember. He did not resent it, any more than he resented the rain, or the cold, or the endless mountain winters. It was simply the way things were. But standing in that town square, watching the red-haired boy climb to his feet and run back to his friends, Harry felt something he could not name. Something that tasted like longing and felt like loss. He squeezed Sirius's hand and said, "Let's get the boots." The cottage in the mountains was not a cupboard under the stairs. Harry knew this because Sirius had told him stories about muggles who kept children in cupboards, about families who treated their own blood like servants, about a world where love was conditional and cruelty was casual. The stories were meant to horrify him, and they did. But they also served another purpose. They made Harry appreciate what he had. The cottage was small, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room with a fireplace that roared all winter, but it was warm. Always warm. Sirius had enchanted the walls to hold heat, the windows to block drafts, the floors to radiate comfort even on the coldest nights. Harry's room was at the back of the house, overlooking the garden and the mountains beyond. It had a bed with a thick quilt, a shelf overflowing with books, and a window seat where Harry liked to sit and read by the light of the moon. His clothes were clean, his belly was full, and his body was strong. He had never been hit, never been locked in a dark space, never been told that he was unwanted or unloved. Sirius told him he loved him every day, sometimes with words, sometimes with actions, sometimes with nothing more than a look that said everything. Harry did not know that most children in hiding did not have this. He did not know that most fugitive guardians were too scared, too stressed, too broken to give their charges the emotional stability they needed. He only knew that Sirius was there. Always there. A constant, steady presence in a world that shifted and changed without warning. The training continued, as it always had. Physical training in the mornings, runs through the mountains, climbing drills on the cliffs, hand-to-hand combat on the grass behind the cottage. Magical training in the afternoons, theory, history, the careful cultivation of the power that hummed beneath Harry's skin. And in the evenings, stories. Stories about James and Lily, about Hogwarts and the Marauders, about a world of magic and wonder that Harry would one day enter. Harry loved the stories. He loved them the way other children loved bedtime tales, but with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Every detail mattered. Every name, every date, every whispered secret. He was building a map of his parents' lives, filling in the blanks that Sirius left empty, constructing a narrative that he could carry with him when he finally stepped into the world they had inhabited. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would lie in bed and imagine what it would be like to meet them. James, with his messy hair and his crooked glasses, laughing at something Sirius had said. Lily, with her red hair and her green eyes, his eyes, reading a book by the fire, occasionally looking up to smile at her husband and her son. He had never met them. He would never meet them. But he knew them. Knew them better than some children knew their living parents. Because Sirius had made sure of it. Your dad once tried to hex Snape so badly that the spell backfired and turned his own hair pink, Sirius said one night, while Harry was brushing his teeth. He had to walk around like that for 3 days. Your mom laughed every time she saw him. Harry grinned, toothpaste bubbling at the corner of his mouth. Did he ever get Snape back? Of course he did. He was a marauder. We always got even. Sirius's eyes grew distant, lost in memory. But that was the thing about your dad. He never held grudges. He could be angry one minute and laughing the next. He knew how to let things go. Harry rinsed his mouth and dried his face. Do you know how to let things go? The question hung in the air between them, heavier than Harry had intended. Sirius's expression flickered, guilt, grief, rage, all passing across his features in the span of a heartbeat, before settling into something neutral. No, he said quietly. I don't. But I'm trying. Harry nodded, accepting the answer. He understood that Sirius's inability to let go was not a weakness. It was what kept them alive, what drove Sirius to keep fighting, keep hiding, keep hoping. The day Sirius let go would be the day they both gave up. And Harry Potter did not give up. When Harry was 10, something changed. It was subtle at first, a shift in the way Sirius looked at him, a new seriousness in their training sessions, a tension that hadn't been there before. Harry noticed, because Harry noticed everything. He had been trained to notice. But he didn't know what it meant until Sirius sat him down at the kitchen table one evening and told him the truth. I've been hiding you from the world for 10 years, Sirius said, his voice low and steady. And I've done a good job. No one has found us. No one knows where we are. But that's going to change soon. Harry's stomach tightened. Why? Because you're going to Hogwarts. The words landed like stones in still water, sending ripples through everything Harry thought he knew. Hogwarts. The castle in the stories, the place where his parents had fallen in love, where the marauders had roamed the halls, where magic lived and breathed and taught itself to new generations. Hogwarts. I thought we were hiding, Harry said carefully. I thought no one could know I was alive. Sirius leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his dark hair. That's the thing about Hogwarts, pup. It's the safest place in the magical world. Safer than this cottage, safer than any hiding spot I could find. Dumbledore is the only wizard Voldemort ever feared, and he runs the school. If anyone can protect you, it's him. But Dumbledore thinks you're a murderer. Dumbledore doesn't think anything until he has proof. He's too smart for that. Sirius's jaw tightened. He may have suspicions. He may have doubts. But he's not the Ministry. He doesn't condemn people without evidence. Harry thought about this. He had heard Sirius speak of Dumbledore many times over the years, sometimes with respect, sometimes with frustration, always with a complexity that Harry didn't fully understand. Dumbledore was a hero to the magical world, the leader of the fight against Voldemort, the man who had given Sirius a chance when no one else would. But Dumbledore had also failed to see Peter's betrayal, had failed to protect the Potters, had failed to stop the war before it destroyed everything. Do you trust him? Harry asked. Sirius was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. I trust that he wants to defeat the dark arts. I trust that he cares about the students in his school. I trust that he won't let you come to harm while you're under his roof. But do I trust him with everything, with the secrets of my heart, with the truth about what happened to your parents? He shook his head. No. I can't. Not yet. Harry nodded slowly. Then we'll go to Hogwarts together. You'll be there with me. Sirius laughed, a short, bitter sound. I can't, Harry. I'm a wanted man. The moment I set foot in Hogsmeade, the Aurors will swarm. I can't walk you to the platform, can't sit in the Great Hall, can't tuck you into bed at night. You'll be on your own. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. On his own. He had never been on his own. Not once in 10 years. Sirius had always been there, watching, protecting, guiding. The thought of walking into Hogwarts without him was terrifying in a way that no dementor or dark creature had ever been. Then I won't go, Harry said, his voice fierce. I'll stay here. I'll keep training. I don't need Hogwarts. Sirius reached across the table and took Harry's hand. His grip was warm and steady, his gray eyes soft with something that looked like pain. "You do need Hogwarts," he said gently. "You need to learn from other teachers, other students. You need to make friends, build alliances, figure out who you are when I'm not there to tell you. And you need to be ready, Harry. Because the world is going to come for you, whether you're hiding in this cottage or standing in the Great Hall. I'd rather you be prepared." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to scream, to plead, to find some way out of this. But he knew Sirius was right. He could feel the truth of it in his bones, the same way he could feel magic humming beneath his skin. He was not a normal child. He would never have a normal life. The best he could hope for was a life where he was strong enough to survive whatever came. "Okay," he whispered. "I'll go." Sirius squeezed his hand. "That's my brave boy." The months before Hogwarts were a blur of preparation. Sirius threw himself into training with renewed intensity, pushing Harry harder than ever before. They spent hours on defensive spells, shield charms, disarming charms, the kinds of magic that could save a life in a duel. They practiced without wands, because wands could be lost or broken, and Harry needed to know how to summon magic from his own core. They studied the dark arts not to use them, but to understand them, to recognize the signs of their use, to defend against their effects. Harry absorbed it all. His mind was a weapon now, sharp and precise, capable of holding vast amounts of information without strain. His body was a weapon too, lean and strong, quick and agile, conditioned by years of physical training. And his magic was something else entirely. By the time he turned 11, Harry could cast a Patronus. Not a full-bodied one, not the galloping stag that Sirius produced, but a shimmering mist that took shape and held for several seconds before dissolving. It was more than most adult wizards could do, and Harry had learned it in secret, practicing in the woods behind the cottage when Sirius thought he was reading. He didn't tell Sirius about the Patronus. He wanted it to be a surprise, proof that he was ready for whatever Hogwarts might throw at him. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in July. Harry had been expecting it. Sirius had explained the process years ago, but the actual sight of the parchment, bearing the Hogwarts crest and his name in emerald green ink, made his heart race. He held it in trembling hands, reading the words over and over. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "Duh!" he shouted, running through the cottage, waving the letter above his head. "It came! The letter came!" Sirius emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on a dish towel, a smile spreading across his face. It was a real smile, not the tight, guarded expressions he usually wore, but something open and joyful and almost childlike. "Well," he said, taking the letter and reading it with exaggerated formality. "It seems you're a wizard, Harry Potter." Harry laughed, the sound bright and free. "I've always been a wizard. Ah, but now it's official. Now you get the uniform, the wand, the whole package. Come on." He tossed the dish towel aside. "We've got shopping to do." Shopping meant Diagon Alley, and Diagon Alley meant risk. Sirius had planned for this. He had Polyjuice potion hidden in the basement, enough for several hours. Stored in a stasis charm to keep it fresh. He brewed it himself, following a recipe stolen from the Black family library, and the result was a murky brown liquid that tasted like dirt and made Harry gag. "The things I do for you," Sirius muttered, downing his own dose and transforming into a nondescript middle-aged man with thinning hair and a forgettable face. "Remember the rules? Don't talk to strangers. Don't use magic. Don't draw attention. Stay close to you at all times." Harry recited the list without hesitation. "And if anyone recognizes you, I run." "Where?" "To the nearest public flow point. I go to the leaky cauldron, wait in the back room, and don't move until you come for me." Sirius nodded, satisfied. "Good boy." He handed Harry a vial of the potion, and Harry drank it without complaint. The transformation was unpleasant. His bones shifted, his face melted and reformed, his skin stretched over unfamiliar features, but it was over in seconds. When he looked in the mirror, A stranger stared back. Brown hair, brown eyes, a face that no one would remember 10 seconds after looking away. Ready? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Ready. They stepped through the fireplace together, emerging in the leaky cauldron's dingy back room, and walked into the bustling chaos of Diagon Alley. Harry had dreamed of this place. Sirius had described it 100 times. The cobblestone streets, the crooked buildings, the shops overflowing with magical treasures. But descriptions could not capture the reality. The smell of cauldron polish and parchment, and something sweet from the ice cream parlor. The noise of merchants shouting, owls hooting, children laughing. The colors, every color imaginable, splashed across storefronts and robes and the faces of passers-by. Harry wanted to stop and stare. Wanted to press his nose against every window, examine every display, ask 1,000 questions. But he didn't. He kept his head down, his shoulders relaxed, his feet moving. He was a shadow, following another shadow, invisible in plain sight. They went to Gringotts first. Sirius had arranged for a withdrawal from the Potter Vault, a complicated process involving forged documents and a go-between who didn't ask questions, and they emerged with a bag of gold coins that clinked heavily in Harry's pocket. Then the wand shop. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty, filled with thousands of boxes stacked to the ceiling. The old man who emerged from the back had silver eyes that seemed to see right through Harry's polyjuice disguise. "Ah," he said softly. "I've been expecting you." Harry's heart lurched. "I'm sorry." Mr. Ollivander smiled, a thin, knowing expression. "Wands choose the wizard, young man. And I've had this one waiting for 11 years. He shuffled to a shelf, climbed a ladder, and plucked a box from the highest row. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." He held out the wand, and Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, warmth flooded through him. Not heat, something deeper, something that felt like coming home after a long journey. Light burst from the wand's tip, golden and bright, filling the shop with a radiance that made the dust motes dance. Mr. Ollivander's eyes gleamed. "Curious. Very curious." "What is?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. "The phoenix whose tail feather is in this wand gave only one other feather. It resides in the wand of the wizard who killed your parents." The words hung in the air like a curse. Harry's grip tightened on the holly wand, and for a moment, he felt something cold and dark press against the edges of his consciousness. A connection. A thread linking him to the monster who had destroyed his family. He pushed it away. "I'll take it," he said, his voice steady. Mr. Ollivander nodded slowly. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It seems your choice has already been made." They bought the rest of Harry's supplies quickly, robes, cauldron, scales, books. Sirius was efficient, almost brusque, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd for threats. Harry followed his lead, keeping his head down, his hands empty, his magic quiet. But at Flourish and Blots, something happened. Harry was reaching for a copy of Hogwarts, a history when a boy his age crashed into him, sending both of them sprawling to the floor. Books tumbled around them, pages scattering, and for a moment, Harry saw red, not anger, but something else. Recognition. The boy had red hair. Flaming red hair, the color of autumn leaves, the color of... "Mom!" Harry whispered, and the word came out broken. The boy looked at him, confused. "Sorry, what?" Harry blinked. The moment passed. He was looking at a stranger, a boy with freckles and a friendly face and absolutely no connection to Lily Potter. "Nothing," he said, climbing to his feet. "Sorry about that." The boy grinned, revealing a missing front tooth. "No worries. I wasn't watching where I was going. Mum's always telling me to run. Get back here!" A second red-haired boy appeared, younger than the first, chasing a toddler who was making a break for the register. The scene was chaotic and warm and utterly foreign, and Harry felt that same nameless longing twist in his chest. He paid for his books and left without looking back. That night, in the safety of the cottage, Harry sat on the window seat and stared at the stars. His new wand lay beside him, warm and familiar. His school supplies were packed in a trunk at the foot of his bed. In less than 2 months, he would board the Hogwarts Express and begin a new chapter of his life. He should have been excited. He was excited, somewhere beneath the fear and the uncertainty. But mostly he felt heavy, weighted down by knowledge that no 11-year-old should carry. His parents were dead because of a prophecy he didn't understand. A dark wizard wanted to kill him because of a connection he hadn't asked for. The man who had betrayed his family was still out there, free and unpunished, while Sirius hid in the shadows and waited for justice that might never come. And Harry was supposed to go to school, learn spells, make friends, pretend that everything was normal. "Duh!" he called. Sirius appeared in the doorway, his gray eyes soft with concern. "What's wrong, pup?" Harry hesitated. Then he said, "I'm scared." It was the first time he had admitted it out loud. The first time he had let himself feel the fear instead of pushing it down, training it away, turning it into something useful. Sirius crossed the room and sat beside him on the window seat. He didn't say everything will be fine or there's nothing to worry about. Those lies would have insulted everything they had built together. Instead, he put his arm around Harry's shoulders and said, "Me too." Harry leaned into him, feeling the solid warmth of his godfather's body. "But we're going anyway." "Yeah." Sirius pressed a kiss to the top of his head. "We're going anyway." The stars wheeled overhead, ancient and indifferent. Somewhere out there, the future waited, dark and uncertain and full of danger. But Harry Potter was not afraid of the dark. He had been raised in it. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Secrets of the Past. The truth began with a letter. Not the Hogwarts letter, that had come and gone, folded carefully and stored in Harry's trunk alongside his new robes and cauldron. This was a different letter, delivered by a scruffy barn owl that crashed into the cottage window at 3 a.m, leaving a smear of dust and feathers on the glass. Sirius reached it first, his wand already raised, his body tense with the instinct of a hunted man. He plucked the parchment from the owl's leg, read the first line, and went pale. Harry watched from his bedroom doorway, his own wand clutched in his hand. "Duh! What is it?" Sirius didn't answer. He read the letter again, then a third time, his gray eyes scanning the words with an intensity that bordered on desperation. When he finally looked up, his face was a mask of conflicting emotions, hope and fear, rage and relief, all warring for dominance. "It's from Remus," he said, his voice rough. Harry's breath caught. Remus Lupin. The fourth marauder, the one Sirius almost never talked about. He existed in Harry's mind as a ghost, a shadow from his parents' past, mentioned in fragments and half-stories, always just out of reach. "Remus Lupin," Harry repeated, testing the name on his tongue. "Your friend. The werewolf." Sirius flinched at the word, but he didn't deny it. "He was our friend. Mine and James's and Peter's. We were the Marauders, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. We did everything together." He looked down at the letter, his jaw tightening. "And then everything fell apart." Harry crossed the room and sat beside his godfather on the worn couch. He didn't press for more. He had learned long ago that silence often yielded more than questions. He just waited, patient and present, the way Sirius had always been for him. "He went underground after your parents died," Sirius continued, his voice low. "The werewolf packs were courting Voldemort, offering their allegiance in exchange for better treatment after the war. Remus went undercover to spy on them, to report back to Dumbledore. I couldn't reach him. I couldn't tell him the truth about Peter, about the betrayal, about any of it. He probably thinks I'm guilty." "He doesn't," Harry said, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. "He wouldn't have written if he thought you were a murderer." Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, tinged with sadness but genuine nonetheless. "You sound like James. He always believed the best in people, too." Harry didn't point out that James had believed the best in Peter, and that belief had cost him his life. He didn't need to. The thought hung between them anyway, heavy and unspoken. "What does the letter say?" Harry asked. Sirius handed it to him. The parchment was crumpled and stained, as if it had traveled a long way through harsh conditions. The handwriting was elegant but rushed, the letters pressed deep into the paper as if the writer had been fighting to keep his hand steady. "Sirius. I know it's been years. I know you have every reason to ignore this. But I need you to read it anyway. I've been following the story. Not the one the Ministry tells, the real one. The one that doesn't make sense. You loved James. You loved Lily. You would have died for them. I know that. I've always known it. Something happened that night that the Aurors don't understand. Something involving Peter. I've been tracking him, not openly, but quietly, using connections that Dumbledore doesn't know about. He's alive, Sirius. Peter is alive, and he's hiding among Muggles, and I think I know where. I can't tell you more in a letter. The owl could be intercepted. But if you're willing to meet, if you're willing to hear me out, I'll be at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade on the last Saturday of August. Noon. I'll wait all day if I have to, I miss you, Padfoot. I miss all of it. Whatever happened, whatever mistakes were made, I want to help. Let me help, Mooney. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time, memorizing every word. His heart was pounding, not with fear, but with something that felt like hope. Peter was alive. Remus believed Sirius. The truth might finally come out. "This changes everything," he said. Sirius took the letter back, folding it carefully and tucking it into his pocket. "It changes some things. Not everything. We still need proof, real proof, the kind that even the Ministry can't ignore. Remus's word won't be enough. He's a werewolf. The Ministry doesn't trust him any more than they trust me. Then we get the proof," Harry said simply. "We find Peter, we capture him, we make him confess. End of story." Sirius laughed, a short, surprised sound. "You make it sound so easy." "It is easy. Complicated, dangerous, maybe impossible. But easy to understand." Harry met his godfather's eyes, green on gray, and held his gaze. "Peter betrayed my parents. He's the reason they're dead. I don't care how long it takes or how hard it is. I want him to pay." The words came out harder than Harry intended, edged with a cold fury that surprised even him. He had never spoken about Peter like this before, had never let himself feel the full weight of his hatred for the man who had destroyed his family. But now, with the letter in Sirius's pocket, and the promise of answers on the horizon, the dam inside him had cracked. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "We'll go to Hogsmeade. We'll hear what Remus has to say. And then we'll figure out the next step. Together," Harry said. "Together," Sirius agreed. The last Saturday of August arrived faster than either of them expected. The weeks between the letter and the meeting had been filled with training, harder, fiercer, more focused than ever before. Harry had thrown himself into his studies with an intensity that bordered on obsession, mastering defensive spells that Sirius hadn't planned to teach him until 5th year. He had learned to cast a shield charm so strong that it deflected not just spells, but physical objects. He had learned to disarm so quickly that his opponents often didn't realize their wands were gone until they tried to cast. He had learned to fight without magic, to use his body as a weapon, to turn anything in his environment into an advantage. And he had learned to wait. Waiting was the hardest part. Waiting for the meeting, waiting for answers, waiting for the chance to confront the man who had ruined his life. Harry practiced patience the same way he practiced spells, deliberately, relentlessly, until it became second nature. But beneath the calm surface, a fire burned. A hunger for justice. That would not be denied. The morning of the meeting, Sirius woke Harry before dawn. They traveled by motorcycle, flying low over the mountains to avoid detection. Harry sat behind Sirius, his arms wrapped around his godfather's waist, his face pressed against the leather of his jacket. The wind was cold and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. Below them, the world was still dark, the sun not yet risen, the stars fading one by one from the sky. They landed in a forest outside Hogsmeade, hidden from view by a thick stand of trees. Sirius stowed the motorcycle under a disillusionment charm and turned to Harry, his expression serious. "Remember the plan? Stay hidden. Don't use magic. If something goes wrong, I run to the Hog's Head and wait for you. If you don't come within an hour, I go back to the cottage and don't come out for anyone except Remus." Sirius nodded. "And if Remus betrays us?" Harry's jaw tightened. "He won't. You don't know that. I know that you trusted him once. That has to count for something." Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he just sighed and ran a hand through his dark hair. "You're too trusting, Harry. It's going to get you killed. That's what you're for," Harry said and smiled. "You're the suspicious one. I'm the optimistic one. Together, we're a balanced person." Despite everything, Sirius laughed. James used to say the same thing. He pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. "Stay safe. Stay hidden. I'll be back soon. Duh." Sirius paused, his hand on the tree that marked the edge of their hiding spot. Harry hesitated, then said, "Be careful. Please." Sirius's gray eyes softened. "Always, pup. Always." And then he was gone, disappearing into the shadows of the forest, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and his wand and the weight of everything that was about to happen. The weight was agonizing. Harry found a fallen log and sat down, his wand in his hand, his senses stretched to their limits. He listened to the forest, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds, the distant murmur of a stream. He watched the sun rise, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, burning away the last traces of night. He counted the minutes in his head, marking the passage of time with each beat of his heart. 30 minutes. 45. An hour. No sign of Sirius. No signal, no message, nothing. Harry forced himself to stay still, to trust the plan, to believe that his godfather was fine. But the silence gnawed at him, feeding his fears, turning every shadow into a threat. An hour and 15 minutes. An hour and a half. He couldn't wait anymore. Harry stood up, tucked his wand into his sleeve, and walked toward Hogsmeade. The village was quiet at this hour. Most of the shops were still closed, and the streets were empty except for a few early risers heading to work. Harry kept his head down, his hood up, his footsteps light. He looked like any other traveler passing through, unremarkable and forgettable. The Hog's Head Inn was at the end of a narrow alley, its sign creaking in the breeze. The building was old and grimy, its windows dark, its door hanging slightly off its hinges. It looked like the kind of place where people went to disappear. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was dim and smoky, lit by a few sputtering candles. A bar ran along one wall, tended by a man who looked like a younger, grubbier version of Albus Dumbledore. Long silver hair, a crooked nose, eyes that missed nothing. The Hog's Head's patrons were sparse, a hooded figure in the corner, a couple of witches whispering over drinks, and at a table near the back, Sirius. And across from him, a man Harry had never seen before. He was thin, almost gaunt, with graying hair and a tired face. His robes were patched and worn, his hands scarred, his eyes, warm brown, full of pain and hope and something that looked like longing. Remus Lupin. Harry approached the table. Slowly, his heart pounding. Neither man noticed him at first. They were too deep in conversation, their heads bent together, their voices low. "Can't be sure until we see him," Remus was saying. "But the signs are there. He's been spotted in Yorkshire, living as a muggle. Calls himself Wormy, can you believe that? The arrogance of it." Sirius's hands were clenched on the table, his knuckles white. "If I get my hands on him, you'll do nothing without proof." Remus's voice was gentle but firm. "Evidence, Sirius. We need evidence that even the Ministry can't dismiss. A confession, memories, something concrete. Otherwise, it's your word against his, and you're the one with the dark mark family. I don't have the dark mark. Doesn't matter. The Blacks can rot. Harry stepped out of the shadows. Remus? Both men looked up. Remus's eyes widened, and for a moment he looked almost frightened, as if he were seeing a ghost. Then his expression softened, and tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Harry, he breathed. You look just like him. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He had heard it before, in different words, from different people. You look like your father. You have your mother's eyes. But coming from Remus, from someone who had known James, who had loved him, who had lost him, the words felt different. Heavier. He sat down beside Sirius, across from Remus, and met the man's gaze directly. You've been tracking Peter. Remus nodded slowly. For years. Off and on. It hasn't been easy. He's good at hiding. But he's also careless. He gets comfortable, gets lazy, and then he makes mistakes. I've been following those mistakes. Where is he? Yorkshire. A small village called Little Hangleton. He's living in a cottage on the outskirts, pretending to be a retired accountant. No one suspects him. Why would they? He's just a quiet, friendly man who keeps to himself. Harry's mind raced. Little Hangleton. He had never heard of it. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Peter was there, right now, vulnerable and unsuspecting. We need to go, Harry said. Tonight. Before he runs again. Sirius shook his head. Too risky. We need a plan, Harry. We can't just storm in and... He's a rat. Harry interrupted, his voice cold. Literally and figuratively. He's a coward who betrayed my parents to save his own skin. He's not going to fight. He's going to run. And if we give him time to run, we'll never catch him. Remus was watching Harry with an unreadable expression. You're not what I expected. Harry turned to him. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone smaller. Quieter. Remus smiled, a sad, wistful thing. James was loud. He took up space, demanded attention, made himself impossible to ignore. You're different. You're contained. Like a weapon waiting to be drawn. Harry thought about that. About the years of training, of hiding, of learning to suppress his emotions and control his reactions. About the way Sirius had raised him, not to be loud, but to be effective. Not to demand attention, but to command it when necessary. I'm what I needed to be, Harry said finally. To survive. Remus nodded slowly. Then let's make sure you survive this. They spent the rest of the day planning. The cottage in Little Hangleton was isolated, surrounded by fields and woods. Peter had chosen it specifically for its privacy. No close neighbors, no witnesses, no one to see what he did or who he spoke to. That made him hard to observe, but it also made him vulnerable. There was no one to hear him scream if things went wrong. The plan was simple. They would approach the cottage under cover of darkness, surround it, and force Peter out. Harry would be waiting at the front, hidden by a disillusionment charm. Sirius and Remus would cover the sides and back. If Peter tried to run, they would catch him. If he tried to fight, they would subdue him. And if he tried to transform, if he turns into a rat, we'll lose him. Sirius said, his jaw tight. He's small, fast, and he knows how to hide. Then we don't let him transform. Harry said. We hit him with a Petrificus totalis before he has the chance. He can't change if he can't move. Remus raised an eyebrow. You've thought about this. Every day for 10 years. The words hung in the air, heavy and dark. Remus looked at Sirius, something passing between them, an understanding, a shared grief, a recognition of the weight that Harry carried and the man he was becoming. Okay, Remus said quietly. We do it your way. Tonight. The sun set over Little Hangleton like a bloodstain. Harry crouched in the shadow of an oak tree, hidden from view, his wand pressed against his palm. The cottage was 50 yards away, a small stone building with a thatched roof and a chimney that was currently smoking. Peter was home. Peter was inside, living his life, pretending to be someone he wasn't. Harry's hands shook. Not from fear, from rage. A cold, focused rage that had been building for years. He thought about James, laughing on the night he became secret keeper. He thought about Lily, singing to Harry in the moments before the Dark Lord arrived. He thought about Sirius, running into a burning house, finding nothing but ashes and a crying baby. And he thought about Peter. The rat. The traitor. The man who had sold Harry's parents for a promise of power. Not anymore. Sirius's signal came, a soft whistle, the call of a night bird. The sides and back were covered. It was time. Harry moved. He crossed the distance to the cottage in a blur of motion, his footsteps silent on the grass, his body low to the ground. He reached the front door, pressed himself against the wall, and listened. Inside, he could hear movement, the clink of a glass, the shuffle of feet, the low hum of a radio. He raised his wand, took a deep breath, and kicked the door open. Petrificus totalis, *. The spell shot from his wand, hitting Peter before he could react. The man, short, thin, with mousy hair and a face that looked permanently worried, froze mid-stride, his arms pinned to his sides, his legs locked together. He fell hard, cracking his head on the stone floor, his eyes wide with terror. Harry stepped over him, his wand never wavering. "Hello, Peter." Sirius and Remus appeared behind him, their own wands raised. Remus's face was pale, his eyes burning with a fury that Harry had never seen before. Sirius looked calm. Terrifyingly calm, as if all the rage and grief and betrayal had been compressed into something cold and deadly. Peter's eyes darted between them, pleading, desperate. He couldn't speak, the full body bind saw to that, but his expression said everything. Please. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me, Harry crouched down, bringing his face level with Peter's. The scar on his forehead tingled, a faint warmth spreading across his skin. He ignored it. "You're going to tell the truth," Harry said, his voice soft and steady. "You're going to tell everyone what you did, how you betrayed my parents, how you framed Sirius, how you've been hiding for 10 years like the coward you are. And then you're going to face justice." Peter's eyes filled with tears. They rolled down his cheeks, dripping onto the stone floor, pathetic and useless. Harry stood up and looked at Sirius. "Your turn." Sirius stepped forward, his gray eyes fixed on the man who had destroyed his life. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The silence was louder than any words could have been. Remus placed a hand on Sirius's shoulder. "Let's get him out of here. We have a long night ahead." They bound Peter with enchanted ropes, gagged him to prevent any attempt at transformation, and carried him out of the cottage. The night air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of grass and distant wood smoke. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called, soft, mournful, lonely. Harry looked up at the stars. Somewhere up there, his parents were watching. He hoped they were proud. "Come on," Sirius said, his voice rough. "We have a ministry to convince." They disapparated as one, taking Peter with them, leaving the cottage empty and dark. The hunt was over. The truth was about to begin. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Hogwarts letter arrives. The confession came in pieces, dragged from Peter's throat like splinters of glass. Sirius had brought Veritaserum, a small vial of clear liquid, stolen years ago from a ministry safe-house and preserved with careful magic. He held it up to the light, watching the potion shimmer, and then looked down at Peter, who was bound to a chair in the basement of the cottage. "This is your last chance," Sirius said, his voice flat. "Tell us the truth without this, and maybe, I'll speak to the ministry about leniency." Peter's eyes were wild, darting between Sirius, Remus, and Harry. His lips trembled. His whole body shook. He looked like a trapped animal, desperate and terrified, searching for an escape that didn't exist. I can't, he whispered. If I tell the truth, they'll kill me. The Dark Lord's followers, they're still out there. They'll find me. Voldemort is gone, Harry interrupted. His voice was cold, colder than he intended, but he didn't soften it. He's been gone for 10 years. The only people who want to kill you are standing in this room. Peter flinched at the name, Voldemort, spoken so casually by an 11-year-old boy. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something in his expression shifted. Recognition. Fear. A guilt so deep it had become part of his bones. You look like him, Peter said, meaning James. You have his hair. His face. But your eyes. He swallowed hard. Your eyes are hers. Don't talk about my mother. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously reached for it. The tip glowed faintly, responding to his anger, ready to strike. He forced himself to breathe, to lower the wand, to step back. Sirius watched him for a moment, then turned back to Peter. The Veritaserum, or the hard way. Your choice. Peter's shoulders sagged. He knew he was beaten. Knew there was no rescue coming, no last-minute save, no dark master to sweep in and punish his enemies. He was alone, cornered, and the only way out was through. The Veritaserum, he whispered. The story spilled out of him in a torrent. How the Dark Lord had recruited him not with threats, but with promises. Promises of power, of respect, of a place at the table where he would no longer be the tag-along, the fifth wheel, the one who was tolerated rather than cherished. Peter had believed those promises. Had wanted to believe them so badly that he convinced himself the betrayal was necessary. I didn't know they would die, he said, tears streaming down his face. The Dark Lord said he just wanted to talk to them. To convince them to join him. He said no one would get hurt. Sirius laughed, a bitter, broken sound. You believe that? You believe the Dark Lord, the most ruthless wizard in a century, just wanted to chat? I wanted to believe it. Peter's voice cracked. I couldn't face what I'd done. So I told myself lies. For years. I told myself that James and Lily would have understood, that they would have forgiven me, that they would never have forgiven you, Harry said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through Peter's rambling like a knife. They trusted you. They loved you. And you killed them. Peter sobbed, his body shaking against the ropes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been sorry every day for 10 years. I've wanted to die. I've thought about killing myself 100 times. But I'm a coward. I've always been a coward. Yes, Remus said softly. He had been silent until now, standing in the corner, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. You have. We all knew it. James knew it. And he loved you anyway. He gave you chance after chance, trusted you when no one else would, treated you like a brother. And this is how you repaid him. Peter couldn't answer. He had collapsed into himself, a broken heap of tears and apologies and desperate pleas for mercy. Harry looked away. He had imagined this moment 1,000 times, imagined the satisfaction of hearing Peter confess, of watching him crumble, of finally getting justice for his parents. But there was no satisfaction. There was only a hollow ache, a weary sadness, and the knowledge that nothing, not confession, not punishment, not even death, would bring James and Lily back. Record it, he said to Sirius. Everything. We'll need proof for the ministry. Sirius nodded. He pulled out a small silver orb, a pensive substitute, capable of storing memories for later viewing, and pressed it to Peter's temple. Wisps of silver light flowed from Peter's head into the orb, carrying images and sounds and emotions, preserving them for all time. When it was done, Sirius pocketed the orb and looked at Harry. What now? Harry thought about it. They had the confession. They had the proof. But the ministry wouldn't just accept a memory from a convicted murderer's godson and a werewolf. They would want more. They would want to examine Peter themselves, question him under official Veritaserum, go through the motions of a proper trial. We take him to Dumbledore, Harry said. Sirius stiffened. Dumbledore? You want to trust Dumbledore? I want to give him the chance to do the right thing. Harry met his godfather's eyes. He's the only one with enough influence to force the Ministry to listen. Without him, we're just bringing them a prisoner and a memory. With him, we have a chance. Remus nodded slowly. Harry's right. Dumbledore has his flaws, Merlin knows he has his flaws, but he's not corrupt. He'll want the truth. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. Fine. We go to Dumbledore. But if he tries to bury this, if he tries to protect Peter for some greater good nonsense, he won't, Harry said. And if he does, we go to the press. We go to the International Confederation of Wizards. We go to anyone who will listen. His jaw set, stubborn and fierce. I'm not letting Peter walk free. Not after everything. Sirius looked at him, really looked at him, and for a moment Harry saw something shift in his godfather's expression. Pride, yes, but also surprise. As if Sirius was seeing him for the first time, not as the baby he had rescued, but as the man he was becoming. Okay, pup, Sirius said quietly. We do it your way. They traveled to Hogwarts by night, flying through a sky thick with clouds. Harry sat behind Sirius on the motorcycle, Peter bound and gagged between them, while Remus flew beside them on a borrowed broom. The wind was cold and wet, carrying the promise of rain, and the castle appeared through the mist like a ghost, towers and turrets, and windows glowing with warm light. Harry had dreamed of this place. He had imagined it 1,000 times, building it in his mind from Sirius's descriptions and the pictures in his books. But seeing it in person was different. The castle was huge, ancient, powerful. It hummed with magic, a low vibration that Harry could feel in his chest, in his bones, in the core of his being. This was where his parents had fallen in love. Where James had learned to be a man. Where Lily had discovered the depths of her power. This castle held their memories, their laughter, their ghosts. And now it held their son. They landed in a courtyard near the main entrance, and Harry dismounted, his legs unsteady. Remus was beside him in an instant, steadying him with a hand on his shoulder. Breathe, Remus said softly. You're safe here. Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed it. He had never been safe anywhere except the cottage. The idea of safety, real safety, the kind that came from walls and wards and powerful wizards, felt foreign. Wrong. Sirius hauled Peter off the motorcycle and pushed him toward the entrance. The doors opened before they reached them, swinging inward on silent hinges, revealing a torchlit hallway and a figure waiting in the shadows. Albus Dumbledore was taller than Harry expected. And older. His silver beard fell to his waist, his half-moon spectacles glinted in the torchlight, and his blue eyes, bright, sharp, missing nothing, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made Harry want to look away. But he didn't. He met Dumbledore's gaze and held it. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice soft. I have been expecting you. The headmaster's office was a wonder. Flying creatures swooped and perched on every surface. Tiny winged horses, miniature dragons, birds of every color and size. The portraits on the walls whispered to each other, their eyes following Harry as he walked past. And behind a massive oak desk, surrounded by silver instruments that emitted puffs of colored smoke, sat Albus Dumbledore. He offered them seats. Tea appeared on the desk, steaming and fragrant. But Harry didn't sit, and he didn't drink. He stood in the center of the room, his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the headmaster. We have Peter Pettigrew, Harry said. He's confessed to betraying my parents. We have a memory under Veritaserum. We have proof that Sirius is innocent. Dumbledore's expression didn't change. He looked at Sirius, at Remus, at the bound and gagged Peter, then back at Harry. I see. That's all you have to say? Harry's voice rose, despite his efforts to keep it steady. I spent 10 years in hiding because of this man. Sirius spent 10 years as a fugitive. My parents are dead. And all you can say is I see? Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them slowly. What would you have me say, Mr. Potter? I don't know. Something. Anything. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. You were supposed to protect them. You were the leader of the Order. You were the one who suggested the Fidelius charm in the first place. If anyone should have seen this coming, it was you. The portraits on the walls gasped. Remus shifted uncomfortably. But Dumbledore just looked at Harry with those impossibly blue eyes, and for a moment, Harry saw something there that he hadn't expected. Guilt. You're right, Dumbledore said quietly. I should have seen it. I should have suspected Peter. I should have protected your parents better. I have carried that guilt with me every day for 10 years. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but the words wouldn't come. He had expected denial, deflection, the smooth words of a politician. He hadn't expected honesty. I cannot bring them back, Dumbledore continued. I cannot undo the mistakes I made. But I can help you now. I can ensure that Peter faces justice. I can clear Sirius's name. And I can offer you a place at this school, a home, if you'll have it. Harry looked at Sirius. His godfather's face was hard, his gray eyes still wary, but something in his posture had softened. He wasn't ready to trust Dumbledore, not yet, maybe not ever. But he was willing to listen. We want a trial, Sirius said. A public trial, with witnesses and evidence and a jury. We want the confession entered into the official record. And we want Harry's custody transferred to me, legally and permanently. That is well within my power to arrange. Dumbledore turned to Harry. And what do you want, Mr. Potter? Harry thought about it. He wanted justice. He wanted safety. He wanted to walk through the doors of Hogwarts as a student, not as a fugitive's ward. He wanted to make friends, learn magic, discover who he was when he wasn't running or hiding or fighting for survival. But more than any of that, he wanted the truth to be known. He wanted the world to know that Sirius was innocent, that Peter was guilty, that James and Lily Potter had died loving each other and loving their son. I want to start over, Harry said finally. I want a chance to be normal. Even if it's just for a little while. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Normal is a difficult thing to achieve, especially for someone like you. But I will do everything in my power to give you that chance. He stood up, towering over them despite his age, and extended his hand to Harry. Do we have an agreement? Harry looked at the hand. Then he looked at Sirius, who gave a small, reluctant nod. Then he looked at Remus, who smiled, a real smile, warm and encouraging. He took Dumbledore's hand. We have an agreement. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind. Peter was handed over to the ministry, along with the Veritaserum memory and a full written confession. The Aurors were skeptical at first. Sirius Black, innocent? The idea seemed impossible. But the evidence was overwhelming. Memory after memory, testimony after testimony, all pointing to the same conclusion. Peter Pettigrew had been the spy. Peter Pettigrew had betrayed the Potters. Peter Pettigrew had framed Sirius Black and then faked his own death to escape justice. The trial was public, just as Sirius had demanded. The Wizengamot was packed with spectators, reporters, and curious onlookers. Harry watched from the gallery, sitting between Sirius and Remus, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. Peter didn't fight. He seemed to have given up entirely, his spirit broken, his eyes empty. He answered every question truthfully, confirmed every piece of evidence, and accepted his sentence without protest. Life imprisonment in Azkaban. Some part of Harry had wanted more. Had wanted Peter to suffer the way James and Lily had suffered, to feel the terror and the pain and the hopelessness. But watching Peter shuffle out of the courtroom in chains, his shoulders hunched, his face gray, Harry felt only exhaustion. It was over. Finally, after 10 years, it was over. Sirius was declared innocent. The ministry issued a formal apology, along with a substantial monetary settlement for wrongful persecution. The wanted posters were taken down, and the headlines shifted. From "Murderer on the Loose" to *Black vindicated after decade-long manhunt*. But the best part, the part that made Harry's chest feel warm and full, was the custody hearing. The Ministry had no choice but to grant Sirius full legal guardianship. Harry was his godson, his charge, his family. There were no other relatives who wanted him. Petunia Dursley had made it abundantly clear that she wanted nothing to do with her sister's son, and Harry himself testified that he wanted to stay with Sirius. "'Tis the only family I've ever known," he said, his voice steady. "He raised me. He protected me. He loved me when no one else would. I don't want to live anywhere else." The Wizengamot deliberated for less than an hour. Then the chief warlock banged his gavel and declared Sirius Black the legal guardian of Harry James Potter, effective immediately. Sirius's smile was so wide it looked like it hurt. He pulled Harry into a hug, lifting him off the ground, spinning him around in the middle of the courtroom. "We did it, pup," he whispered. "We actually did it." Harry laughed, tears streaming down his face. "Yeah. We did." The Hogwarts letter arrived the next day. It was delivered by a proper owl this time, a magnificent snowy creature that landed on the windowsill of their new flat in Diagon Alley and hooted imperiously until Harry let it inside. The parchment was thick and cream-colored, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, 12B Diagon Alley, London. Harry held it in his hands, feeling the weight of it. This was the letter that normal children received. The letter that meant he was going to Hogwarts, just like his parents, just like everyone else. No hiding. No running. No fear. Just magic. "Open it already!" Sirius called from the kitchen, where he was attempting to cook breakfast without burning the flat down. "I want to see the look on your face." Harry opened it. Inside was the same information he had already memorized. The list of supplies, the date of departure, the instructions for reaching platform 9 3/4. But there was something else, too. A handwritten note at the bottom, in elegant script that Harry recognized from the letter Remus had sent. "Dear Harry. I look forward to meeting you properly when term begins. Hogwarts is not the same without the child of James and Lily walking its halls. Yours sincerely, Professor Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Do not worry about the sorting. The hat takes your choice into account. Harry read the note 3 times, then folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. He walked to the kitchen, where Sirius was scraping burnt eggs onto a plate, and held up the letter. "I'm going to Hogwarts," Harry said. Sirius looked at him, and his eyes were bright with tears that he didn't bother to hide. "Yeah, pup. You are." Harry smiled, a real smile, full and bright and unguarded. For the first time in his life, he was excited about the future. The month before term was a blur of activity. Harry had been to Diagon Alley before, but never like this, never as himself, never without a polyjuice disguise, never with the freedom to explore and linger and ask questions. He visited every shop, examined every display, talked to every person who would talk back. The shopkeepers recognized his name, his scar, his story. Some of them stared. Some of them whispered. But most of them just smiled and treated him like any other excited 11-year-old preparing for his first year at Hogwarts. Sirius bought him everything he needed, and many things he didn't. A new trunk, enchanted to be lighter on the inside. A telescope that could see through clouds. A set of solid gold cauldrons that Harry insisted were too expensive and Sirius insisted were necessary. "You're a Potter," Sirius said, draping an arm around Harry's shoulders. "You're supposed to have nice things." "I'm a Black, too," Harry pointed out. "The Blacks have vaults full of gold. We could buy the entire alley if we wanted." Sirius's expression flickered, a shadow of the old pain, the old guilt. "The Black family gold comes with conditions. Strings attached. Curses sometimes. I've used what I needed, but I won't touch more than that. That money bought my mother's silence and my father's cruelty. I don't want it in your life." Harry nodded, understanding. The Black family was a wound that would never fully heal, for Sirius, for Harry, for anyone who bore the name. Some legacies were better left behind. They bought his wand next. Not from Ollivander's, though Harry's holly wand was still perfect, still warm in his hand, but from a small shop that sold wand maintenance supplies. Harry picked out a leather holster that strapped to his forearm, hidden beneath his sleeve, accessible in an instant. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Expecting trouble? I'm Harry Potter, Harry said dryly. I'm always expecting trouble. Sirius laughed, but there was no humor in it. Just acknowledgement. Just acceptance. The night before the train left, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed in the flat, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. What if he didn't make any friends? What if the other students hated him because of his scar, his story, his connection to the Dark Lord? What if Dumbledore had been lying about wanting to help, and Hogwarts was just another trap? He heard a soft knock on his door, and Sirius's voice came through the wood. Pup? You awake? Yeah. Sirius opened the door and slipped inside. He was wearing his old dressing gown, the one with the faded Gryffindor lion on the pocket, and his hair was sticking up in every direction. He looked tired but also soft. Almost vulnerable. Scoot over. Harry moved, and Sirius climbed into the bed beside him, pulling the blankets up over both of them. They lay there in the dark, side by side, the way they had when Harry was small and scared of the monsters in the mountains. I remember my first night before Hogwarts, Sirius said quietly. I was terrified. My family had told me all sorts of horrible things about what would happen there, that I'd be sorted into Slytherin, that I'd be surrounded by Muggle lovers, that I'd forget my pure-blood heritage and become a blood traitor. Harry turned his head to look at his godfather. What happened? I got on the train. I met your dad. And everything changed. Sirius smiled in the darkness. You're going to be fine, Harry. Better than fine. You're going to thrive. Because you're brave, and smart, and stubborn, and you have a heart that won't quit. That's what your parents gave you. That's what I've tried to protect. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. What if I let you down? Not possible. Sirius reached over and squeezed his hand. Not even a little bit possible. They lay there in silence, watching the moonlight shift across the ceiling. Somewhere outside, the sounds of Diagon Alley faded into the night, shopkeepers closing up, owls calling, the distant clink of glasses from the leaky cauldron. Duh? Harry whispered. Yeah, pup? I'm glad you saved me. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. Me too, Harry. Me too. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in weeks, he slept without dreaming. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, A Different Sorting. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry had expected something more organized, perhaps a dignified queue of students and parents, calmly waiting to board the scarlet steam engine that would carry them north. What he found instead was a swirling mass of bodies, trunks, owls, and screaming children, all packed onto a platform that seemed to expand and contract with the press of people. He stood at the edge of it all, his trunk floating behind him on a trolley, his owl, a small, scrappy barn owl he had named Arrow, for the speed of her flight, perched on his shoulder. Sirius was beside him, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder, his gray eyes scanning the crowd with the practiced vigilance of a man who had spent a decade looking over his shoulder. You'll be fine, Sirius said, though he looked more nervous than Harry felt. Just find an empty compartment, introduce yourself to people, and don't. He paused, searching for the right words. Don't let them define you before you define yourself. Harry frowned. What does that mean? It means you're the boy who lived. They've heard stories about you. Some of them true, most of them made up. They'll think they know you before you've said a single word. Sirius's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Show them they're wrong. Harry nodded, absorbing the advice. He had spent his entire life being a secret. The idea of being known, of having strangers look at him and see something other than William Brown, the quiet boy from the mountains, was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. All right, Harry said. Every week. Every day. Sirius countered, but he was smiling. Go on, pup. The train doesn't wait for anyone. They hugged, a fierce, brief embrace that said everything words couldn't. Then Harry stepped back, grabbed his trolley, and walked toward the train. He didn't look back. He knew if he looked back, he might not be able to leave. The train was even more chaotic than the platform. Corridors were clogged with students and parents, trunks being shoved into luggage racks, owls hooting in protest, and everywhere, the press of bodies and voices and magic. Harry pushed through it all, searching for an empty compartment, his scar tingling faintly beneath his fringe. He passed compartments filled with chattering first years, older students playing cards, a group of red-haired children who looked so much like the boy from Flourish and Blots that Harry did a double take. The train lurched, and he stumbled, catching himself on the wall. Need a hand? Harry turned. A boy was standing in the doorway of a compartment, his hand extended, his expression friendly. He had a round face, blonde hair, and eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He looked nervous, his fingers were trembling slightly, but his smile was genuine. Thanks, Harry said, shaking his hand. The boy's grip was soft, uncertain, but he held on longer than necessary, as if he was desperate for connection. I'm Neville, the boy said. Neville Longbottom. Are you, is it true that you're Harry Potter? Harry said, because there was no point in hiding it. The scar on his forehead was visible now, his fringe pushed back by the wind, and Neville's eyes had gone wide as saucers. I knew it, Neville breathed. Gran said you were probably dead, but I knew you weren't. I knew it. He stepped aside, gesturing into the compartment. Do you want to sit with me? I'm alone. Everyone else already has friends, and I don't. I haven't. I'd love to, Harry said, and meant it. The compartment was small but comfortable, with worn velvet seats and a window that looked out over the English countryside. Harry stowed his trunk, settled Arrow's cage on the shelf, and collapsed into the seat across from Neville. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The train picked up speed, the platform fading behind them, and London gave way to rolling green hills. You're really him, Neville said finally, as if he still couldn't quite believe it. The boy who lived. You defeated you-know-who when you were just a baby. Harry shook his head. I didn't defeat anyone. My mother did. She died to protect me, and her love, her sacrifice, it created a protection that Voldemort couldn't break. He saw Neville flinch at the name, but he didn't apologize for using it. I was just the one who survived. Neville stared at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, wide and warm. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone, louder. Someone who wanted to talk about the scar and the story and all of that. Neville gestured vaguely. You just want to be normal. Harry laughed. Normal is a bit ambitious. But I'd settle for not a circus attraction. Neville laughed too, and just like that, the tension between them dissolved. They talked for hours, about Hogwarts, about their families, about the things that scared them and the things that excited them. Harry learned that Neville had been raised by his grandmother, that his parents had been tortured into madness by Death Eaters, that he had always felt like a disappointment because his magic came slowly and his memory was poor. My gran wanted me to be like my dad, Neville said, staring out the window. But I'm not. I'm clumsy and forgetful, and I'm not very good at anything. I don't know how I'm going to survive Hogwarts. Harry thought about the cottage, about Sirius, about all the years of training and hiding and fighting. You'll survive, he said. Because you want to. Because you're braver than you think. And because you'll have friends who help you. Neville looked at him, his eyes bright with unshed tears. Do you really believe that? Yeah, Harry said. I do. The train was halfway to Hogwarts when the door slid open and two people entered. The first was a girl with bushy brown hair and teeth that seemed slightly too large for her mouth. She was carrying a stack of books so high that she could barely see over them, and she was talking before she'd even fully entered the compartment. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville Longbottom's lost his toad, and I'd been looking everywhere. Honestly, how do you lose a toad on a train? It's not like they can. She stopped, her eyes landing on Harry, and her mouth fell open. You're Harry Potter. And you're Hermione Granger, Harry said, because he had seen her name on the list of first years that Sirius had procured from a contact at the Ministry. You're the one who read all the textbooks before term started. Hermione's cheeks flushed pink. How did you? I mean, yes, I did. I wanted to be prepared. Hogwarts is the best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, and I'm Muggle-born, so I have to work twice as hard as everyone else just to catch up. She paused, looking at him curiously. You don't seem like the stories. Which stories? The ones where you're a magical prodigy who defeated you-know-who with a wave of your hand. Hermione set down her books and sat across from him, next to Neville. You just seem like a normal boy. Harry smiled. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all day. Before Hermione could respond, the door slid open again. This time, a red-haired boy with a freckled face and a slightly grumpy expression poked his head in. Have any of you seen a toad? Neville's lost. He stopped, his eyes fixing on Harry. Blimey. You're Harry Potter. So I've been told. The boy grinned and stepped inside, collapsing into the seat beside Harry. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. I saw you from the corridor and I thought, well, I didn't think really. I just wanted to meet you. He stuck out his hand. You can keep the toad, by the way. Neville's been looking for it for an hour, and frankly, I think it's run away on purpose. Can't blame it. If I were a toad and Neville Longbottom was my owner, I can hear you, Neville said, but he was smiling. Ron shrugged, unrepentant. Just being honest. The four of them sat together as the train carried them north. Ron talked about his family. 5 older brothers, 1 younger sister, all of them either at Hogwarts or about to be. He complained about his second-hand robes and his broken wand and the fact that he was the 6th Weasley to attend Hogwarts, and no one would notice if he was there or not. Hermione talked about her research, the spells she had practiced, the potions she had memorized, the history she had studied. She was brilliant and intense and slightly annoying, but there was something endearing about her desperation to prove herself. Neville talked about his plants. He loved herbology, he said, because plants didn't judge you. They just grew, and if you took care of them, they took care of you. It was the simplest kind of magic, he said, and the most honest. Harry talked a little about himself, enough to be polite, not enough to reveal too much. He mentioned Sirius, but not the years of hiding. He mentioned his parents, but not the way they died. He mentioned the cottage, but not the mountains or the training or the constant fear. He was building a version of himself that was real but not complete. A version that could exist in this world without carrying the weight of the other one. By the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, the 4 of them had become something that felt like friends. The boats crossed the Black Lake in silence. Harry sat in the bow of one of the small wooden vessels, Neville beside him, Ron and Hermione behind. The water was dark and still, reflecting the stars above, and the castle, Hogwarts, rose from the cliffs ahead like a sleeping giant. Torches flickered in its windows. Towers reached toward the sky. And everywhere, magic hummed, old magic, deep magic, the kind that had been woven into the stones centuries ago and would remain long after everyone in these boats was gone. Harry felt it in his chest, in his bones, in his blood. He felt it the way he had felt his mother's protection as a child, warm, safe, like coming home. Beautiful, isn't it? Hermione whispered. Yeah, Harry said. It really is. The great hall took his breath away. Thousands of candles floated above them, illuminating 4 long tables where older students sat and watched. The ceiling reflected the night sky, stars and clouds and a sliver of moon. And at the front of the hall, on a raised dais, sat the staff of Hogwarts. Harry recognized Dumbledore immediately, his silver beard, his half-moon spectacles, his twinkling eyes. But he also recognized others, a tiny professor with wild gray hair, Flitwick, he knew from Sirius's stories, a stern-looking witch with a pointed hat, McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, and a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose who was staring at Harry with an expression of pure loathing. Snape. Severus Snape. The man who had been tormented by James and Sirius during their school years, who had reportedly joined the Death Eaters before turning spy for Dumbledore. He looked exactly as Harry had imagined, bitter, angry, and hungry for revenge. Harry met his gaze and didn't look away. "Will the first years please line up?" Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the murmuring. "When your name is called, you will approach the stool, sit down, and place the sorting hat upon your head." The sorting hat. Harry had heard about it, a talking hat that could read minds and assign students to houses. Sirius had told him that the sorting was the most important moment of a Hogwarts student's life. The hat would see into his heart, his mind, his potential, and would place him where he belonged. "You might be a Gryffindor," Sirius had said, "where dwell the brave at heart. Or a Hufflepuff, they're loyal and hardworking. Or a Ravenclaw, if you've got a sharp mind. And then there's Slytherin." He hadn't finished the sentence. He didn't need to. The Blacks had all been Slytherins. The Potters had all been Gryffindors. Harry's house would say something about him, about his values, his loyalties, his place in the world. Names were called. Students walked forward. The hat shouted out houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and cheers erupted from the tables. Hermione went to Gryffindor. So did Ron and Neville. They were all sorted into the House of the Brave, the house of Harry's parents, the house he had always assumed he would join. Then McGonagall called his name. "Potter Harry." The hall went silent. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him, curious, awed, hungry. Harry walked forward, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor, and sat down on the stool. The sorting hat descended over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. And then a voice whispered in his ear. "Well, well? Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you." Harry didn't respond. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to. "You're a tricky one," the hat continued. "Plenty of courage, I see. And a sharp mind, very sharp. Loyal, too. You'd do well in any house I put you in." "Then why are you hesitating?" Harry thought. "Because you're not what you seem. You've been trained. Shaped. You're not just a boy, you're a weapon. And weapons belong in places where they can be used." Harry's heart raced. "I'm not a weapon." "You're a survivor, Harry Potter. And survivors, they make the best Gryffindors. Or the best Slytherins." Slytherin. The house of the Dark Lord. The house of ambition and cunning and blood purity. The house that Sirius had rejected, that James had despised, that everyone in this hall would judge him for joining. But something stirred inside Harry at the thought. Not fear. Not shame. Something else, a recognition, a resonance. The Blacks were Slytherins. The Potters were Gryffindors. He was both. He was neither. He was something new. Not Slytherin, he thought, because it was expected. Because Sirius would want him to say it. Because the world would never understand if he chose the dark house over the light. Not Slytherin? The hat's voice was amused. Are you sure, boy? You have the cunning, the resourcefulness, the willingness to do what needs to be done. You could be great, you know. They're all expecting you to be great. I don't want to be great. I want to be me. And who is that? Harry didn't have an answer. He had spent his whole life being hidden, being protected, being shaped by Sirius's love and grief and determination. He had never had the chance to figure out who he was, separate from the story, separate from the Scar, separate from the expectations. But sitting here, in the darkness beneath the sorting hat, with the weight of the hall pressing down on him, Harry made a choice. He would not be defined by his parents' house. He would not be defined by his godfather's expectations. He would not be defined by the light or the dark, by Gryffindor or Slytherin, by the story that had been written for him before he was born. He would define himself. Put me where I belong, he thought. Asterisk. Not where I'm expected to be. Where I belong. Asterisk. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it laughed, a soft, pleased sound. There it is, it whispered. Asterisk. There's the fire I was looking for. Very well, Harry Potter. Very well. Asterisk. And then, to the shock of everyone in the hall, it shouted. Slytherin! The silence that followed was absolute. Harry pulled the hat from his head and looked out at the hall. The Gryffindor table was staring at him with expressions of betrayal and confusion. Ron's mouth was hanging open. Hermione looked like she might cry. Neville just looked sad. The Slytherin table, on the other hand, was slowly beginning to applaud. A tall, pale boy with sleek blonde hair was clapping deliberately, a cold smile on his lips. Next to him, two hulking boys who looked like they could be twins were murmuring to each other, their eyes fixed on Harry with something like hunger. Harry stood up, walked to the Slytherin table, and sat down. The pale boy leaned toward him. Draco Malfoy, he said, extending his hand. Welcome to the winning house. Harry looked at the hand. Then he looked at Draco's face, the smug expression, the calculating eyes, the way he held himself like someone who had never known fear. He didn't take the hand. I'm Harry Potter, he said. And I'm not here to win. I'm here to learn. Draco's smile faltered. For a moment, something flickered in his eyes, confusion, maybe, or offense. Then he laughed, a short, dismissive sound, and turned back to his friends. But Harry saw the way Draco's fingers tightened around his goblet. Saw the way his jaw clenched. Saw the way he glanced at Harry out of the corner of his eye, reassessing, recalculating. Harry had made an enemy. And somewhere in the hall, he felt Snape's gaze on him, cold, searching, hungry. The feast began, but Harry didn't taste a single bite. He was too busy thinking about the hat's words, about the choice he had made, about the path he had just set himself on. Slytherin. He was a Slytherin. For better or worse, the story had just taken a turn that no one expected. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Friends or Rivals? The Slytherin common room was hidden behind a stretch of bare stone wall in the dungeons, accessible only to those who knew the password. Harry followed the rest of his new housemates through the entrance, his footsteps echoing on cold flagstones, his eyes adjusting to the dim green light that filtered up from the lake. The room itself was nothing like he had imagined. Where Gryffindor Tower was warm and red and gold, alive with firelight and laughter, the Slytherin common room was elegant and cold, silver and green, with high arched windows that looked out into the depths of the Black Lake. Mere people swam past, their faces pressed against the glass, their voices a distant murmur through the water. Harry stood apart from the others, watching them. Draco Malfoy was holding court near the fireplace, surrounded by a cluster of students who hung on his every word. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him like bodyguards, their faces blank, their eyes empty. A dark-haired girl with sharp features and calculating eyes, Pansy Parkinson, Harry thought, was laughing at something Draco said, her hand resting on his arm. They were sizing each other up. Harry could feel it, the way their gazes slid over him, assessing, categorizing, deciding whether he was an ally or an enemy. He was the boy who lived. He had been sorted into Slytherin against all expectations. He was a puzzle they hadn't anticipated, and puzzles made them nervous. Potter. Harry turned. A tall boy with dark skin and a calm expression was walking toward him, his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed. Blaise Zabini. Harry recognized him from the train, though they hadn't spoken. Zabini. Blaise stopped a few feet away, his dark eyes studying Harry's face. You're not what I expected. So I've been told. The hat put you here for a reason. Do you know what it is? Harry considered the question. He could lie, could pretend he had begged the hat to put him anywhere but Slytherin, could distance himself from his new house before he'd even unpacked his trunk. But lying felt wrong. Felt like betraying the choice he had made in that moment of darkness beneath the hat. The hat saw something in me, Harry said finally. Something I didn't know was there. I'm still figuring out what that means. Blaise nodded slowly, as if Harry had passed some kind of test. Most of them won't trust you, he said, gesturing toward the cluster around Draco. They'll think you're a spy. A plant from Dumbledore sent to watch them. You'll have to prove yourself. How? Blaise smiled, a thin, humorless expression. That's for you to figure out. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter. You're going to need it. He walked away, disappearing into the crowd of students, leaving Harry alone by the window. Outside, a giant squid drifted past, its tentacles trailing through the dark water, and Harry pressed his palm against the cold glass. He thought about Ron and Hermione and Neville, sitting at the Gryffindor table, their faces shocked and hurt. He had seen the betrayal in Ron's eyes, the confusion in Hermione's, the sadness in Neville's. They had been his first friends, his only friends, really, outside of Sirius and Remus, and now he had lost them. Or maybe not. Maybe they could still be friends, across the divide of house rivalries and old grudges. Maybe the bonds they had formed on the train were stronger than the colors they wore on their robes. But as Harry watched the Mer people swim past, he felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. Nothing would be easy from now on. The first week of classes was a trial by fire. Harry had expected to be ahead of his classmates. Sirius had trained him rigorously, after all, and he had spent years studying magical theory. But theory was not practice, and practice was not the chaos of a classroom filled with 31st years who didn't know which end of the wand to point. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall was the hardest. She was strict, demanding, and utterly relentless, expecting perfection from students who had never even held a wand before September. Harry struggled to turn his match into a needle. The match kept bursting into flames, much to McGonagall's displeasure, while Hermione succeeded on her first try and preened under the professor's rare smile. Your technique is fine, Potter, McGonagall said after class, pulling him aside. But you're overthinking. Magic is not just about precision, it's about intention. You're trying too hard to control the spell, and in doing so, you're losing the connection to the magic itself. Harry nodded, filing the advice away. He had spent years learning to control his magic, to suppress it, to hide it from the world. Unlearning that control would take time. Charms with Professor Flitwick was easier. The tiny professor was warm and encouraging, and his lessons were practical and fun. Harry mastered the levitation charm on his second try, sending a feather floating gracefully toward the ceiling while Ron, sitting at the next table, stared at him with an unreadable expression. They hadn't spoken since the sorting. Ron sat with Hermione and Neville in classes, and Harry sat with Blaise and a quiet boy named Theodore Knott. The Gryffindors and Slytherins were separated whenever possible, different tables, different schedules, different dormitories, and the distance between them felt like more than just physical space. But potions was the worst. Snape hated him. Harry had known that from the moment he saw the professor's face in the Great Hall, but he hadn't understood the depth of the hatred until the first potions lesson. Snape swept into the dungeon like a bat, his black robes billowing, his eyes scanning the room with contempt. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, he said, his voice soft and dangerous. I do not expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art of potion making. For some of you, his eyes landed on Harry, and his lip curled. It will be a waste of time entirely. Harry kept his face blank. He had been trained to hide his emotions, to reveal nothing, to wait and watch. He would not give Snape the satisfaction of seeing him flinch. Potter, Snape said, drawing out the name like a curse. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the answer. Sirius had drilled potions into him for years, recognizing the importance of the subject even if Harry didn't enjoy it. The draught of living death, sir. Snape's eyes narrowed. And where would you find a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that can cure most poisons. A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. The class was silent. Even Hermione was staring at Harry with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Snape's face had gone pale with fury, not because Harry had answered incorrectly, but because he had answered correctly at all. Clearly, Snape said, his voice dripping with malice. Fame is not everything. Sit down, Potter. Harry sat. He didn't smile, didn't gloat, didn't give any indication that he had won the exchange. He just opened his textbook and began reading, his hands steady, his breathing even. But beneath the calm exterior, his heart was racing. Snape was dangerous. Snape was watching him. Snape would find a way to make him pay for existing. Harry would have to be careful. The first real confrontation came at the end of the first week. Harry was walking back to the dungeons after dinner, his wand in his sleeve, his footsteps light on the stone floors. The corridors were mostly empty, most students were in their common rooms or the library, but Harry had wanted air, wanted space, wanted a moment to think. He rounded a corner and found his path blocked. Draco Malfoy stood in the middle of the corridor, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His arms were crossed, his silver eyes gleaming in the torchlight, and his smile was sharp as a blade. "Potter," he said. "Out for a stroll?" "Out for a walk," Harry corrected. "The common room is stuffy." Draco's smile widened. "I heard you've been making friends with the Gryffindors. Granger the mudblood. Weasley the blood traitor. Longbottom the failure." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "You should be careful who you associate with, Potter. It reflects poorly on the rest of us." Harry didn't move. Didn't blink. "I associate with whoever I want." "Is that so?" Draco circled him slowly, Crabbe and Goyle shifting to block Harry's escape. "You're a Slytherin now. That means something. It means you have standards. It means you don't befriend mudbloods and blood traitors and half-bloods who should have been Hufflepuffs." "And what does it mean about you?" Harry asked, turning to keep Draco in his sight. "What are your standards, Malfoy?" Draco's smile faltered. "I'm a Malfoy. My family has been pure for centuries. We don't lower ourselves to." "You're a bully," Harry interrupted. "You surround yourself with people who are bigger and dumber than you so you can feel powerful. You're so scared of being average that you've made being cruel your entire personality." He tilted his head, studying Draco's flushed face. "That's not Slytherin. That's pathetic." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused glances. Draco's hands curled into fists. For a moment, Harry thought he might attack, might pull his wand and curse Harry right there in the corridor. But he didn't. Instead, he laughed, a cold, brittle sound. "You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into, Potter. Slytherin isn't like the other houses. We don't forgive. We don't forget. And we don't tolerate outsiders who think they're better than us." "I don't think I'm better than anyone," Harry said. "I just think you're not as scary as you want to be." He stepped past Draco, pushing between Crabbe and Goyle, and continued down the corridor. He didn't look back. He didn't run. He just walked, calm and steady, his heart pounding in his chest. Behind him, he heard Draco's voice, sharp with anger. "This isn't over, Potter!" Harry smiled grimly to himself. No. It wasn't over. It was just beginning. The library became Harry's refuge. He went there every evening after dinner, finding a quiet corner where he could read and think without the pressure of Slytherin politics pressing down on him. Madame Pants, the librarian, was strict and sour, but she left Harry alone as long as he didn't talk or eat or breathe too loudly. It was in the library that Hermione found him. She appeared at his table one evening, a stack of books in her arms, her expression determined. Can I sit here? Harry gestured to the empty chair. It's a free library. She sat, but she didn't open her books. She just stared at him, her brown eyes searching his face, her lips pressed together in a thin line. Why Slytherin? She asked finally. Harry set down his quill. The hat put me there. But you could have asked it to put you somewhere else. The hat takes your choice into account. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows wrong. Harry leaned back in his chair. The hat listens to your choice, but it doesn't have to follow it. It puts you where you belong. And it thought I belonged in Slytherin. Hermione frowned. Do you agree with it? Harry thought about the question. Did he agree? He wasn't sure. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But he knew that fighting the hat's decision would have been pointless. The hat had seen something in him, something dark and ambitious and hungry, and denying it wouldn't make it go away. I'm not my parents, he said finally. I'm not Sirius. I'm not anyone but me. And me. I don't fit neatly into a box. The hat recognized that. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Ron thinks you betrayed him. He thinks you chose Slytherin on purpose, to be closer to the dark families. Ron doesn't know me. He wants to. He's just scared. We all are. Hermione reached across the table and touched his hand. You're the boy who lived, Harry. Everyone has expectations for you. And when you do something unexpected, it frightens them. Harry looked down at her hand, small and warm and surprisingly steady. What about you? Are you frightened? Hermione withdrew her hand, but she didn't look away. I'm not frightened of you. I'm frightened for you. Slytherin is dangerous. The people there, they're not like us. They'll use you if they can, destroy you if they can't. I know, Harry said. But I can handle myself. He saw the doubt in her eyes, the worry. But she didn't argue. She just opened her book and began to read, and Harry did the same. They sat together in comfortable silence until Madame Pants announced that the library was closing, and then they walked back to their common rooms together, parting ways at the grand staircase. Same time tomorrow? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Same time tomorrow. She smiled, a small, tentative expression, and disappeared up the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry watched her go, then turned and walked down into the dungeons, toward the cold green light of Slytherin. He had one friend. Maybe two, if he could mend things with Ron and Neville. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The weeks that followed were a careful dance. Harry navigated Slytherin with the same caution he had used to navigate the mountains around the cottage, always watching, always listening, always calculating the risks. He spoke little, observed much, and revealed nothing of his true thoughts or feelings. Draco continued to test him, small provocations, subtle insults, attempts to draw Harry into conflict. Harry refused to take the bait. He responded to Draco's taunts with calm indifference, his expression blank, his voice even. He would not be drawn into a war he didn't want to fight. But he also didn't back down. When Draco called Hermione a mudblood in the corridor, Harry stepped between them, his wand in his hand, his eyes cold. Say that again, Malfoy. I dare you. The corridor had gone silent. Students from both houses had stopped to watch, their faces alight with anticipation. Draco's hand inched toward his wand, but Harry didn't flinch. She's worth 10 of you, Harry said, his voice low. And if you ever speak to her like that again, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of coward you really are. Draco's face flushed with rage, but he didn't draw his wand. He just sneered, turned on his heel, and stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle scrambling after him. Hermione had watched the exchange with wide eyes. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. Harry put his wand away. Someone has to stand up to him. Might as well be me. She had smiled then, a real smile, warm and grateful, and Harry had felt something shift between them. They weren't just study partners anymore. They were friends. Ron took longer to come around. He avoided Harry for weeks, sitting on the opposite side of the common room during shared classes, walking the other way when he saw Harry approaching. Harry didn't push. He understood that Ron needed time to process, time to decide if he could trust the Slytherin. The breakthrough came during a flying lesson. Madam Hooch had paired students randomly, and Harry found himself standing next to Ron, both of them holding school brooms that looked older than Harry's godfather. Ron's ears were red, his jaw tight, his eyes fixed on the ground. "Look," Harry said quietly, so the others couldn't hear. "I know you're angry. I know you think I chose Slytherin to hurt you. But I didn't. The hat put me there, and I decided to accept it because fighting it would have been a lie." Ron glanced at him, his expression conflicted. "My dad says all Slytherins are dark wizards. He says you know who came from Slytherin, and all his followers came from Slytherin, and your dad is wrong." Harry's voice was firm but not unkind. "Slytherin produces dark wizards because dark wizards choose Slytherin. Not the other way around. The house doesn't make you evil. You make yourself evil." Ron was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "My brothers said you were different. Fred and George. They said you didn't act like the stories. What do the stories say? That you're some kind of hero. That you're destined to save us all." Ron's lips twitched. "You don't look like a hero." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. "Good. Because I'm not." The tension between them broke. Ron grinned, and just like that, the distance closed. They weren't best friends, not yet, but they weren't enemies anymore. They were something in between. Something that could grow. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the flying lesson began. Harry mounted his broom and kicked off, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt truly free. The wind in his hair. The ground far below. The sky open and endless above him. This was magic. This was why he had come here. By Halloween, Harry had found his footing. He had allies in Slytherin, Blaise Zabini, who was clever and cautious, Theodore Nott, who was quiet and observant, Daphne Greengrass, who kept to herself but nodded to Harry in the common room. He had friends in Gryffindor, Hermione, Ron, and Neville, though they couldn't always sit together or walk together or be seen together without provoking whispers. He had enemies too. Draco Malfoy, who had made it his mission to humiliate Harry at every opportunity. Pansy Parkinson, who spread rumors about Harry's parentage and his loyalty. And Snape, who deducted points from Slytherin whenever Harry breathed too loudly. But Harry could handle enemies. He had been handling enemies his whole life. The troll attack on Halloween changed everything. Harry had been in the library when the announcement came, a troll in the dungeons, all students to return to their dormitories immediately. He had grabbed his bag and run, but halfway to the Slytherin common room, he had realized something terrible. Hermione wasn't there. She had been in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, crying because Ron had made fun of her for being a know-it-all. Harry changed direction without thinking. He ran through the corridors, his wand in his hand, his heart pounding. He heard the troll before he saw it, heavy footsteps shaking the floor, a low grunt of animal rage. He found her in the bathroom, cornered by the troll, her wand raised but her hands shaking. The troll was enormous, 12 feet tall, at least, with a club the size of a small tree. It swung at Hermione, and she barely dodged, crashing into a sink. Harry didn't hesitate. He leaped onto the troll's back, grabbing a handful of its greasy hair, and jammed his wand up its nose. The troll roared, confused and enraged, and Harry held on for dear life. "Do something!" he shouted at Hermione. She raised her wand, her face pale, her lips moving. Asterisk Petrificus Totalis, asterisk. The spell hit the troll's legs, locking them together. The creature swayed, off balance, and crashed to the ground, shaking the entire bathroom. Harry jumped off just before it landed, rolling across the wet floor. He scrambled to his feet, breathing hard, and looked at Hermione. She was staring at him, her eyes wide, her chest heaving. You saved my life," she whispered. You would have done the same for me, Harry said. And then the professors arrived, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell, and Harry had to explain why he wasn't in his dormitory, why he had known where Hermione was, why he had fought a troll with nothing but his wand and his stubbornness. McGonagall was furious. She took points from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, and she gave them both detention. But as she turned to leave, Harry saw something flicker across her face, not anger, but respect. You're lucky you weren't killed, Potter, she said. And you're even luckier that you have the courage to do what's right, even when it's foolish. Harry didn't respond. He just looked at Ron, who had arrived late and was now standing in the doorway, his face pale. You came, Ron said, surprised. Of course I came. Harry wiped troll slime off his robes. She's our friend. Ron looked at Hermione, then at Harry, and nodded slowly. Yeah. She is. The three of them walked back to the common rooms together, Ron and Hermione to Gryffindor Tower, Harry to the Slytherin dungeons. They paused at the grand staircase, the moment stretching between them. Same time tomorrow? Hermione asked, echoing her words from the library. Harry smiled. Same time tomorrow. He watched them climb the stairs, their figures growing smaller and smaller, until they disappeared around a corner. Then he turned and walked down into the darkness, toward the cold green light of his house. He had friends now. Real friends, who would stand with him against trolls and bullies and anyone else who threatened them. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't easy. But it was enough. For now, it was more than enough. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Shadow of Pettigrew. The first snowfall of winter arrived on a Tuesday, blanketing Hogwarts in a silence so deep that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. He stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching the white flakes drift past the glass, disappearing into the dark water of the lake. The merpeople had retreated to their village, the giant squid had sunk to the murky depths, and the world outside felt frozen, suspended, waiting for something to change. Something had changed. Harry could feel it in his bones, in the scar on his forehead, in the restless energy that hummed beneath his skin. The trial was over. Peter was in Azkaban. Sirius was free. By all accounts, the nightmare should have ended. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they had only cut off one head of a hydra, and that more were growing back in its place. He thought about Peter's confession. The way his voice had cracked, the way his tears had fallen, the way he had begged for mercy that no one in that room was willing to give. Peter had named names, other Death Eaters who had escaped justice, other traitors who had fed information to the Dark Lord during the war. Some of them were already in Azkaban. Some of them were walking free, living comfortable lives, their crimes hidden behind masks of respectability. And some of them, Peter had whispered, were still loyal. Still waiting. Still believing that the Dark Lord would return. Harry pressed his palm against the cold glass and watched his breath fog the surface. The Dark Lord was gone. Everyone said so. Everyone believed it. But Harry had seen the fear in Peter's eyes, the desperate hope that somehow, somewhere, his master was still alive. The scar tingled. Harry rubbed it, annoyed. You're brooding again. Harry turned. Blaise Zabini was standing behind him, a book in his hand, his dark eyes curious. He had a way of appearing without warning, silent as a cat, and Harry had learned not to be startled by it. I'm thinking, Harry said. Same thing. Blaise sat down on one of the velvet couches, crossing his legs. You've been thinking a lot lately. Ever since the trial. Ever since your godfather was cleared. Harry left the window and sat across from Blaise. The fire crackled between them, casting shadows on the green silk walls. Wouldn't you? If you found out that everything you believed about your life was wrong? Blaise tilted his head. Is that what happened? Everything you believed was wrong? Harry considered the question. He had believed that Sirius was innocent, that had never been in doubt. He had believed that Peter was guilty, that had been confirmed. But he had also believed that clearing Sirius's name would be the end of it. That justice would be served. That he could finally breathe. Instead, he felt more trapped than ever. I don't know what I believe anymore, Harry admitted. Blaise nodded slowly, as if he understood. That's the thing about the truth, he said. Once you start digging, you never know what you'll find. And you can't stop digging, because the not knowing is worse. Harry looked at him, really looked, past the cool exterior and the careful words. Blaise was hiding something. They all were, in Slytherin. That was the point of the house. You kept your secrets close and your enemies closer. What are you digging for? Harry asked. Blaise smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Nothing that concerns you, Potter. Not yet. He stood up and walked away, disappearing into the boys' dormitory, leaving Harry alone with the fire and the snow and the unanswered questions. The letter from Sirius arrived the next morning, delivered by a bedraggled owl that looked like it had flown through a storm. Harry recognized his godfather's handwriting immediately, bold, messy, full of energy. He tore open the envelope and read, Pup! I'm coming to Hogsmeade this weekend. Remus is coming too. We need to talk, not about Peter, he's rotting in Azkaban where he belongs, but about other things. Things I should have told you years ago. Meet us at the Three Broomsticks. Saturday. Noon, Don't tell anyone. Not even your friends, Duh. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Sirius never came to Hogsmeade. It was too risky, even with his name cleared. The ministry might have apologized, but old suspicions died hard, and there were plenty of people who still believed Sirius Black was dangerous. If Sirius was willing to take that risk, whatever he had to say must be important. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. He would keep the secret. He always kept Sirius's secrets. Saturday arrived slowly, each hour stretching like taffy. Harry sat through his morning classes in a daze, his mind elsewhere, his responses automatic. Even Snape's pointed insults barely registered. By the time the clock struck 11, Harry was already at the gates, waiting for permission to walk to Hogsmeade. The village was crowded with students, their breath fogging in the cold air, their laughter echoing off the snow-covered buildings. Harry kept his head down, his hood up, and walked quickly through the streets. He didn't want to run into anyone he knew, didn't want to explain where he was going or why. The Three Broomsticks was warm and loud, packed with students and teachers and the occasional Hogwarts ghost. Harry pushed through the crowd, scanning the faces, looking for. Over here, pup! Sirius was sitting in a corner booth, hidden in the shadows, a butterbeer in front of him. Remus sat beside him, looking older than Harry remembered, more lines on his face, more gray in his hair. They both looked tired. They both looked scared. Harry slid into the booth across from them. What's going on? Sirius glanced at Remus, then back at Harry. His gray eyes were dark, troubled. We've been doing some digging. Following up on the names Peter gave us. Some of them. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Some of them are connected to things we don't understand. What things? Remus leaned forward, his voice low. Do you remember what Peter said about the Dark Lord? About him not being truly gone? Harry nodded. He remembered. He remembered the desperation in Peter's voice, the flicker of hope in his eyes. He'll return. He promised he'd return. We think Peter might be right, Remus said. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. Harry's scar prickled, and he pressed his hand against it without thinking. The Dark Lord is dead, Harry said. Everyone says so. Dumbledore says so. Dumbledore says a lot of things. Sirius's voice was bitter. He doesn't tell us everything. He keeps secrets, pup. Always has. And some of those secrets. He glanced at Remus again. Some of them might get us all killed. Harry's heart was pounding now. What secrets? Remus reached into his coat and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, old, yellowed, sealed with a wax insignia that Harry didn't recognize. He laid it on the table and pushed it toward Harry. This came from the Department of Mysteries, Remus said. A contact of mine, someone who owes me a favor. It's a record of the prophecy that was made about you and the Dark Lord. Harry stared at the parchment. He had heard of the prophecy, whispers, rumors, fragments of stories that Sirius had never wanted to discuss. The prophecy that had marked him for death before he could walk. The prophecy that had sent Voldemort to Godric's Hollow on that terrible night. I don't want to read it, Harry said. You need to, Sirius said gently. Because the prophecy isn't just about the past. It's about the future. And if the Dark Lord is coming back, if he's not as dead as everyone thinks, then you need to know what you're facing. Harry's hands trembled as he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. The words were written in a flowing script, old-fashioned and ornate. Asterisk, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Asterisk. Harry read the words again. And again. And again. Either must die at the hand of the other. He looked up at Sirius, his face pale. It says I have to kill him? Or he has to kill me? Sirius reached across the table and took Harry's hand. It says one of you has to die. It doesn't say it has to be you. But if he comes back. When he comes back. Remus's voice was grim. Not if. When. The signs are already there, strange occurrences, disappearances, whispers in the dark. The Death Eaters who escaped justice are gathering. They believe their master will return. And they're preparing for war. Harry pulled his hand free and stood up. The bar was still crowded, still loud, still full of people laughing and drinking and pretending the world was safe. They didn't know. They couldn't know. The darkness was rising again, and they were all sitting in its shadow, oblivious. I need air, Harry said. He walked out of the 3 broomsticks without looking back, pushing through the crowd, stumbling into the cold. The snow was falling harder now, swirling around him, blanketing the world in white. He found a bench near the edge of the village and sat down, his head in his hands. Either must die at the hand of the other. He was 11 years old. He had barely begun to live. And already, some prophecy had decided that he was destined to face the darkest wizard in history, and that one of them would not survive. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. Sirius found him a few minutes later. He sat down on the bench beside Harry, close enough to share warmth, and waited. He didn't speak. He didn't offer comfort or reassurance. He just waited. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked finally, his voice muffled by his hands. Why did you keep this from me? Because I wanted you to have a childhood. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. Because I wanted you to know what it felt like to be normal, even if just for a little while. Because I was selfish, and I didn't want to see the fear in your eyes. Harry looked up. His eyes were red, but he wasn't crying. He had learned not to cry, learned that tears didn't help, didn't change anything, didn't bring back the dead or stop the darkness from rising. I'm not a child anymore, Harry said. Sirius's face crumpled. I know. I know you're not. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for all of it. Harry leaned into him, resting his head on his godfather's shoulder. The snow fell around them, soft and silent, covering them both in white. What do we do now? Harry asked. Sirius wrapped an arm around him, pulling him close. We prepare. We train. We find out everything we can about the Dark Lord, his past, his weaknesses, his plans. And when he returns, his voice hardened, we make sure he doesn't survive a second time. Harry closed his eyes. The scar tingled, a dull ache that never quite went away. Somewhere, far away, in a place that Harry couldn't see, a shadow was stirring. Waiting. Growing stronger. The war wasn't over. It had never been over. It had just been sleeping. And now, it was waking up. Harry returned to Hogwarts that evening with a weight on his shoulders that hadn't been there before. He walked through the corridors in a daze, his feet carrying him automatically toward the Slytherin common room. The password, pure blood *, tasted bitter on his tongue, but he said it anyway, and the stone walls slid aside. The common room was quiet. Most of the students were still in Hogsmeade or the library, and the few who remained were clustered in corners, whispering among themselves. Harry didn't look at them. He walked straight to his dormitory, collapsed on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. Either must die at the hand of the other. He thought about his parents. About the way they had died, not in a duel, not in a battle, but in a desperate last stand against an enemy they couldn't defeat. They had died protecting him. They had died so that he could live. And now, he was expected to finish what they had started. The door creaked open, and Blaise walked in. He looked at Harry, at the expression on his face, and didn't ask questions. He just sat down on his own bed and picked up a book. They sat in silence for a long time. The fire crackled. The lake pressed against the windows. Somewhere above them, the castle hummed with ancient magic, oblivious to the storm brewing in the heart of one 11-year-old boy. "I know about the prophecy," Blaise said finally. Harry sat up, startled. "How?" "My mother hears things. She has connections in places most people don't know exist." Blaise's voice was calm, almost detached. "She told me that you were marked for death before you could walk. She told me that the Dark Lord chose you because of the prophecy. And she told me that he's not as gone as everyone believes." Harry stared at him. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're going to need allies." Blaise met his gaze, his dark eyes steady. "Not friends, allies. People who can help you survive what's coming. And I'm offering." "Why?" Blaise was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Because my mother is a Death Eater. And when the Dark Lord returns, she'll expect me to follow her. I want her to be wrong about me." Harry absorbed this. Blaise Zabini, the quiet boy who kept to himself, who spoke to no one, who watched everything with those calculating eyes, he was the son of a Death Eater. He had grown up in the shadow of the same darkness that had taken Harry's parents. "And you think I can help you?" Harry asked. "I think we can help each other." Blaise extended his hand. "Partners?" Harry looked at the hand. Then he looked at Blaise's face, the careful mask, the guarded eyes, the flicker of hope beneath the surface. He took the hand. "Partners." The Christmas holidays arrived faster than Harry expected. Most of the students went home for the break, leaving Hogwarts half empty and strangely quiet. Harry stayed. He had nowhere else to go, and Sirius was traveling, following leads on dark artifact activity. The castle felt different with so few people in it. Older. More mysterious. Full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Harry spent his days in the library, researching anything he could find about Voldemort, his early life, his rise to power, the secrets he had hidden. Hermione helped when she could, though she didn't understand why Harry was so obsessed with the Dark Lord's past. "He's gone," she said one afternoon, watching Harry pore over a crumbling book about Horcruxes. "Why can't you just enjoy the holidays?" "Because he's not gone," Harry said. "Not really. And if I don't figure out how to stop him, no one will." Hermione frowned but didn't argue. She just pulled a book off the shelf and started reading, her brow furrowed in concentration. Together, they combed through the library's restricted section. Harry had a note from Dumbledore, granting him access to materials that were usually off-limits to students. They found references to dark magic that made Hermione's face pale and Harry's stomach turn. They found accounts of Voldemort's early followers, his experiments, his obsession with immortality. But they didn't find what Harry was looking for. They didn't find the key to destroying the Dark Lord once and for all. On Christmas Eve, Harry sat alone in the Slytherin common room, staring at the fire. The tree in the corner was decorated with silver and green ornaments, and presents were piled beneath it, gifts from Sirius, from Remus, from Ron and Hermione and Neville. But Harry didn't feel like celebrating. He felt like preparing. The fire crackled. The lake pressed against the windows. And somewhere, far away, in a place that Harry couldn't see, a shadow was growing stronger. Waiting. For him. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, A Smarter Harry. The library became a battlefield, and Harry was winning. Not in the way that involved spells or duels, but in the quiet, relentless way that involved books, research, and a refusal to accept easy answers. Hermione had been shocked at first, watching Harry tear through texts that would have taken her weeks to process. Now she just nodded when he asked for specific titles, her respect evident in the way she stopped trying to correct him. "You're different," she said one evening, watching him cross-reference 3 books simultaneously. "Smarter than I expected. And I expected a lot." Harry didn't look up from his reading. "Sirius didn't just teach me to hide. He taught me to think. Question everything. Assume that the obvious answer is usually wrong. That sounds exhausting." "It is." Harry turned a page. "But it keeps you alive." The book he was reading was a biography of Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had terrorized Europe before Voldemort. Harry had been working his way through every biography of every dark wizard he could find, looking for patterns, weaknesses, common threads. Grindelwald had been defeated by Dumbledore in a legendary duel. Voldemort had been defeated by, what? A baby? A mother's love? A rebounding curse? It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. Unless Dumbledore knew more than he was telling. Harry closed the book and stared at the ceiling. Dumbledore was a puzzle, a man who presented kindness and warmth to the world while keeping his true thoughts hidden behind those twinkling eyes. Sirius didn't trust him. Remus was conflicted. And Harry. Harry wanted to trust him. Wanted to believe that the headmaster had everyone's best interests at heart. But trust was a luxury Harry couldn't afford. Not anymore. The questioning started in January, when Harry began looking into Dumbledore's past. It started small, a mention in a footnote, a reference in an obscure text. Dumbledore had been friends with Grindelwald in his youth. They had made plans together. Blood plans? Plans that involved wizards ruling over muggles. Harry read the passage 3 times, then closed the book and sat in silence for a long time. Dumbledore, the champion of muggle-born rights, the leader of the fight against Voldemort, the man who preached love and tolerance, had once believed in wizard supremacy? He needed more information. The restricted section of the library held some answers, but not enough. The older texts had been removed, relocated to the headmaster's office, perhaps, or destroyed entirely. Harry found himself hitting walls at every turn, blocked by forces he couldn't see. So he did the one thing Sirius had taught him to do when the obvious path was closed. He looked for another way. Blaise Zabini became an unexpected asset. His mother, it turned out, had been a close associate of several of Voldemort's inner circle. Not a Death Eater herself, she was too smart for that, too careful, but she had heard things. Seen things. Collected secrets like other people collected stamps. "She told me that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were more than friends," Blaise said one night, sitting on his bed while Harry paced the dormitory. "They were close. Intimate even. And when Grindelwald started his war, Dumbledore didn't stop him for years. Not until it was almost too late." Harry stopped pacing. "Why? Why did he wait?" "No one knows. Some say he was still in love. Some say he was afraid. Some say he was waiting for Grindelwald to make a mistake." Blaise shrugged. "The only person who knows the truth is Dumbledore himself. And he's not telling." Harry thought about this. About the prophecy, about the way Dumbledore had handled the war against Voldemort, about the secrets that seemed to multiply every time Harry got close to the truth. "He's hiding something," Harry said. "Something big. They all are." Blaise lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" Harry started keeping a journal. Not a diary, something more deliberate. A record of everything he learned, every connection he made, every question that remained unanswered. He wrote in code, a cipher that Sirius had taught him years ago, and he kept the journal hidden in an enchanted pocket of his robes. The entries grew longer as the weeks passed. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in 1945. Why that year? Why wait so long? The prophecy says I have power the Dark Lord knows not. What power? Love? That's what Dumbledore says. But love didn't save my parents. Love didn't stop the war. Voldemort was obsessed with immortality. He created Horcruxes, multiple, probably. But how many? And where are they hidden? Sirius says Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes. Why hasn't he done anything? Why leave them for me to find? The questions piled up, each one leading to another, forming a web of suspicion that Harry couldn't ignore. Dumbledore wasn't evil. Harry didn't believe that. But he wasn't the benevolent grandfather figure that the world believed him to be either. He was something more complicated. Something that Harry needed to understand if he was going to survive. The first test of Harry's new approach came during a defense against the dark arts lesson. Professor Quirrell was a nervous wreck, as always, stammering his way through a lecture on werewolves. The class was bored, restless, and only half listening. But Harry was watching Quirrell's hands, the way they trembled, the way they moved, the way they didn't always match his words. Something was wrong with Quirrell. Not just the stutter. Not just the nervousness. Something deeper. Something that made Harry's scar tingle every time the professor looked at him. After class, Harry lingered behind. The other students filed out, laughing and talking, oblivious. Quirrell was packing his materials, his back to Harry, his purple turban wobbling slightly. Professor? Quirrell flinched. He turned slowly. His face pale, his eyes darting. P. Potter. Shouldn't you be at lunch? I had a question. Harry stepped closer, his wand hidden in his sleeve, his senses alert. About the werewolf lesson. You said that werewolves are only dangerous during the full moon. But that's not entirely true, is it? They're stronger, faster, more aggressive even in human form. And they can be dangerous if they're starving, or threatened, or… What's your point, Potter? Quirrell's voice was sharper now, less stammering. For just a moment, Harry saw something flicker behind his eyes, something cold and calculating. My point is that you're not telling us the whole truth. Harry held his gaze. About werewolves. About dark creatures. About a lot of things. Quirrell's face twitched. His hands shook. The curriculum is set by the headmaster. The headmaster isn't here. Harry took another step closer. You are. And I think you're hiding something, Professor. Something dangerous. The temperature in the room dropped. Quirrell's eyes widened, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry saw something move beneath his turban. A shadow. A shape. Something that made Harry's scar burn with pain. Then Quirrell laughed, a high, nervous sound, and the moment passed. Your imagination is remarkable, Potter. But I assure you, I'm hiding nothing. Nothing at all. Harry didn't believe him. But he also knew when to push and when to retreat. He smiled, a cold, Slytherin smile that he had learned from watching Draco, and nodded. Of course, Professor. My mistake. He left the classroom, but he didn't go to lunch. He went to the library instead, to write in his journal, to add Quirrell's name to the list of people who weren't what they seemed. The pattern continued. Every professor, every student, every interaction became an opportunity for analysis. Harry watched the way people moved, the way they spoke, the way they reacted to pressure. He catalogued their weaknesses, their fears, their secrets. He built a mental map of Hogwarts that had less to do with corridors and classrooms and more to do with alliances and betrayals. Ron found it unsettling. You're like a spy, he said one day, watching Harry study the Gryffindor table from across the Great Hall. Like you're expecting someone to attack at any moment. I am, Harry said, not looking away from his observations. Because someone probably will. Hermione understood, or at least, she tried to. It's hypervigilance, she said, using a Muggle psychological term she had learned from her parents. It's common in people who've experienced trauma. You're always looking for threats because you've learned that threats are always there. Harry nodded. They are always there. That's not trauma. That's reality. He didn't say it to be harsh. He said it because it was true. The world had tried to kill him before he could walk. It had taken his parents, his home, his sense of safety. The only reason he was still alive was because Sirius had taught him to see danger everywhere, and to prepare for it. That wasn't paranoia. That was survival. The breakthrough came in February. Harry was in the library, researching the history of the Chamber of Secrets, a legend that had captured his imagination because of its connections to Slytherin and to Voldemort. According to the stories, Salazar Slytherin had built a hidden chamber beneath the castle, and only his true heir could open it. Harry didn't believe in the chamber, not as a real place. But the stories about it led him to other stories. Stories about Slytherin's locket, about Hufflepuff's cup, about Ravenclaw's diadem. Artifacts of the Founders, imbued with powerful magic, lost to history. And then he found it. A reference to a diary, an ordinary-looking diary, black and blank, that had belonged to Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, who had grown up to become Lord Voldemort. The diary had been enchanted to contain a memory of Riddle's younger self, a memory that could possess whoever wrote in it. Harry read the passage 3 times, his heart pounding. A Horcrux. It had to be. The diary was a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden in an object, keeping him anchored to the world. If the diary existed, other Horcruxes existed too. And if Harry could find them, could destroy them, could weaken Voldemort to the point where he could be killed for good. Harry? Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry closed the book and looked at her. His eyes were bright with excitement, with fear, with the thrill of discovery. I know how to kill him, Harry said. I know how to destroy Voldemort forever. Hermione's face went pale. What are you talking about? Harry pulled out his journal and began to write, his quill flying across the page. He explained everything, the Horcruxes, the diary, the Founder's artifacts. He explained his theory that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, splitting his soul into pieces to achieve immortality. He explained that destroying the Horcruxes would make Voldemort mortal again, vulnerable, killable. When he finished, Hermione was staring at him with an expression of disbelief. That's dark magic, Harry. Really dark. The kind of magic that warps your soul. I know. Harry closed his journal and tucked it into his robes. But it's the only way. And I'm going to find every single one of them, no matter how long it takes or how dangerous it is. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Then I'll help you. We'll do it together. Harry smiled, a real smile, warm and grateful. Thanks, Hermione. She smiled back. That's what friends are for. The investigation consumed Harry's life. He spent every free moment in the library, searching for references to Horcruxes, to the Founder's artifacts, to anything that might lead him to Voldemort's hiding places. He cross-referenced historical accounts, analyzed magical signatures, built timelines and maps and theories that grew more complex with each passing day. His grades slipped, not because he wasn't capable, but because his focus had shifted. McGonagall noticed. Snape noticed. Even Dumbledore noticed. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said one day, stopping Harry in the corridor. I've observed that you seem distracted lately. Is there something you'd like to discuss? Harry looked up at the headmaster, at his silver beard, his half-moon spectacles, his twinkling eyes that hid so much. I'm fine, Professor, Harry said. Just a lot of homework. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. If you ever need to talk about anything, my door is always open. Harry thanked him and walked away. But he didn't believe the offer. Dumbledore's door might be open, but his mind was locked tight. And Harry wasn't going to waste his time asking for keys that would never be given. He would find his own keys. He would unlock his own doors. And when the truth finally came out, he would be ready. Spring arrived at Hogwarts, and Harry was a different person than the boy who had stepped off the train in September. He was still quiet, still watchful, still cautious. But there was something new in his eyes, a hardness, a determination, a willingness to do whatever it took to survive. The other students noticed. The professors noticed. Even Draco kept his distance now, sensing something in Harry that was dangerous to provoke. "People are scared of you," Blaise said one evening. They were sitting in the Slytherin common room, watching the fire. "They don't know what you're thinking, and that frightens them." "Good," Harry said. "Fear keeps people honest." Blaise laughed. "You sound like a Dark Lord." Harry shook his head. "Dark Lords inspire fear in others because they're afraid themselves. I'm not afraid. Not anymore." And it was true. Somewhere along the way, between the prophecy and the Horcruxes, between Dumbledore's secrets and Quirrell's lies, Harry had stopped being afraid. He had replaced fear with purpose. And purpose was a much better weapon. The war was coming. Voldemort was returning. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Slytherin, the only one who could end it all, would be ready. Because he was smarter now. Stronger. More prepared than anyone expected. And he had only just begun. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, The Forbidden Truth. The corridor was empty when Harry found the door. It was 3 a.m, long past curfew, and the castle was wrapped in the kind of silence that felt alive, breathing, watching, waiting. Harry had been wandering for hours, unable to sleep, his mind churning with questions that had no answers. The dream had come again, green light, a woman's scream, a high, cold laugh, and he had fled the dormitory before his housemates could wake. Now he stood in front of a door he had never seen before, on a corridor he didn't recognize, in a part of the castle that shouldn't exist. The door was plain, old oak, iron handle, no markings or inscriptions. But Harry could feel magic pulsing from it, old and powerful and hungry. His scar tingled, not with pain but with recognition. Whatever was behind this door, it was connected to him. He reached for the handle. "Wouldn't do that if I were you." Harry spun. Dumbledore was standing at the end of the corridor, his silver beard glowing in the dim light, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. "Professor," Harry said, his hand dropping to his side. "I know what you were just." Dumbledore walked toward him, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. "You were about to open a door that should remain closed. A door that has been waiting for you, yes? But waiting is not the same as welcoming." Harry frowned. "What's behind it?" Dumbledore stopped a few feet away, close enough that Harry could see the lines on his face, the weariness in his eyes. "The truth," he said. "The forbidden truth. The kind that changes everything you think you know." "Then let me open it." "No." The word was final, absolute. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but there was steel beneath it, the steel of a man who had made impossible choices and lived with the consequences. "The truth has a cost, Harry. A cost you're not ready to pay." "Not yet." Dumbledore reached out and touched the door, and the oak shimmered, rippling like water, before fading into the stone wall. "When the time comes, the door will find you again. And you will choose whether to open it." He turned and walked away, his robes billowing, leaving Harry alone in the empty corridor. Harry stood there for a long time, staring at the blank stone where the door had been. His scar was quiet now, dormant, but his mind was racing. What truth was so dangerous that Dumbledore would hide it behind a door that appeared only at midnight? What secret was so forbidden that the headmaster himself would guard it? Harry didn't know. But he intended to find out. The investigation into Dumbledore intensified after that night. Harry stopped trusting the headmaster, not completely, not overtly, but in the small ways that mattered. He questioned every kindness, analyzed every word, looked for the hidden motives behind the twinkling eyes. Dumbledore was not his enemy. Harry didn't believe that, but he was not his ally either. He was something else. Something complicated. Something dangerous. Sirius noticed the change in Harry's letters. "You're asking different questions," he wrote. "Not about spells or homework. About Dumbledore. About the past. Because the past is where the answers are," Harry wrote back. "And Dumbledore is hiding most of them." Sirius didn't argue. He had never fully trusted Dumbledore, not after the war, not after the way the headmaster had handled the Fidelius charm and the betrayal of Peter Pettigrew. But he also knew that Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard alive, and that making an enemy of him would be a mistake. "Be careful, pup," Sirius wrote. "Dumbledore has good intentions. But good intentions pave the road to dark places." Harry read the letter 3 times, then tucked it into his journal alongside the prophecy and the notes about Horcruxes. He was building a case, not against Dumbledore, exactly, but against the narrative that Dumbledore wanted the world to believe. The narrative of the benevolent headmaster, the wise leader, the man who could do no wrong. Harry didn't believe in narratives anymore. He believed in evidence. The first piece of evidence came from an unexpected source, Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Harry had been avoiding the defense professor since their confrontation in January, but he had also been watching him. Watching the way his hands shook. Watching the way his eyes darted. Watching the way he flinched whenever someone mentioned Albania. Albania. That was where Voldemort had fled after his defeat. That was where he was rumored to be hiding, waiting, gathering strength. And Quirrell had just returned from a year-long sabbatical in Albania. Harry wrote the connection in his journal, his heart pounding. Quirrell wasn't just nervous. Quirrell wasn't just a bad teacher. Quirrell was connected to Voldemort. Maybe even possessed by him. The thought was horrifying. And it made perfect sense. He shared his theory with Hermione, who listened with a mixture of horror and fascination. "If Voldemort is possessing Quirrell," she said slowly, "then he's been inside Hogwarts all year. Watching you. Waiting." "Waiting for what?" Harry asked. "Waiting for the right moment. Waiting to strike." Hermione's face was pale. "Harry, if he's attached to Quirrell, then he's weak. He needs something, a body, a ritual, a philosopher's stone, to regain his power. We have to find out what he's after." Harry nodded. They had a new mission now. Not just Horcruxes, not just Dumbledore's secrets. The immediate threat, the thing hiding in plain sight, teaching defense against the dark arts while planning to bring back the darkest wizard in history. They would stop Quirrell. Together. The research took them deeper into forbidden territory. The restricted section of the library became their second home, and Madame Pants grew accustomed to seeing them huddled over ancient texts at all hours. They found references to the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact that could turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to whoever drank it. "That's what he wants," Hermione whispered, her finger tracing the words on the page. "The stone. He wants to come back to life." Harry read over her shoulder. The stone was hidden somewhere safe. Dumbledore had helped hide it, according to the text, but its location was a closely guarded secret. Only a few people knew where it was. And one of them, Harry realized with a chill, was Quirinus Quirrell. "We have to warn Dumbledore," Hermione said. "He already knows," Harry replied. "He's the one who hid the stone. He knows Quirrell is after it. And he's not doing anything to stop him." Hermione frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that Dumbledore is using the stone as bait. He wants Quirrell to make a move. He wants to catch Voldemort in the act." Harry closed the book and looked at her. "And he's using us, all the students, as cover. As pawns." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she said quietly, "That's a terrible thing to believe about someone." "I know." Harry's voice was hard. "But that doesn't mean it's not true." The confrontation came in May. Harry had been following Quirrell for weeks, tracking his movements, noting his patterns. The professor spent most of his time in the dungeons, near the third-floor corridor, the corridor that was strictly forbidden to all students. The corridor where, Harry suspected, the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. On the last night of April, Harry decided to break the rules. He told no one, not Ron, not Hermione, not Blaise. He put on his invisibility cloak, a gift from Sirius, passed down from James, and crept through the castle after curfew. The cloak was old but powerful, hiding him from sight, from magic, from almost everything. The third-floor corridor was dark and cold. Harry could feel the protective enchantments pressing against the cloak, searching for him, seeking him out. But the cloak held. It was a hallow, Sirius had said, one of the 3 most powerful magical objects in existence, and Harry passed through the barriers unnoticed. The door at the end of the corridor was locked, but Harry had been studying spells of unlocking for weeks. He whispered the incantation, and the lock clicked open. Inside was a chamber filled with plants, devil's snare, Harry realized, a dark, twisting vine that strangled anyone who touched it. But Harry had learned about devil's snare from Hermione. He conjured bluebell flames, and the vines recoiled, shrinking back from the light. He moved through the obstacles one by one, flying keys, a giant chess set, a troll, each one a test, each one designed to slow down intruders. But Harry had been trained for years. He had fought creatures in the mountains, survived traps in the wild, endured challenges that would have broken most adults. He reached the final chamber and found Quirrell standing in front of the mirror of Ariste. The professor turned when Harry entered, his face pale, his eyes wild. "Potter," he whispered, "you shouldn't be here. Neither should you." Harry raised his wand. "Step away from the mirror." Quirrell laughed, a high, hysterical sound. "You don't understand, boy. You can't understand. He's inside me. He's been inside me for months. And he wants the stone. He needs the stone." "Who?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. "Lord Voldemort." The name echoed through the chamber, cold and terrible. Quirrell's face contorted, and when he spoke again, his voice was different, higher, colder, more dangerous. "Harry Potter," the voice said. "We meet at last." Harry's scar blazed with pain. He wanted to scream, wanted to run, but he forced himself to stand still. "You're Voldemort." "I am." Quirrell's body twisted, and Harry could see the face beneath the turban, a face that was not Quirrell's face. Pale, serpentine, with red eyes and no nose. The face of a monster. "And you are the one who defeated me. A baby. Impossible." "Love," Harry said. "My mother's love. You couldn't understand it." Voldemort's laugh was cold. "Love. Sentiment. Weakness. I have transcended such things. And soon I will have the stone. Soon I will have a new body. And then," his red eyes fixed on Harry, "then you will die." Harry didn't wait. He raised his wand and shouted, "Asterisk stupefy, asterisk." The spell hit Quirrell's chest, but it didn't stop him. He lunged forward, his hands reaching for Harry's throat. Harry dodged, rolled, came up firing again, but the spells bounced off Quirrell's skin, harmless. "The boy's magic is weak," Voldemort hissed. "Kill him." Quirrell grabbed Harry's arm, and Harry screamed. The touch burned, not like fire, but like something deeper, something that seared his soul. Quirrell screamed too, his hand blistering, his skin cracking. He tried to pull away, but Harry held on, desperate, terrified. "Let go of me!" Quirrell shrieked. "No!" Harry's voice was raw. "You wanted to kill me! Finish it!" But Quirrell couldn't. The touch was destroying him, eating through his flesh, through his magic, through the connection that bound him to Voldemort. He collapsed to the ground, writhing, screaming, as Harry stood over him. "Fool!" Voldemort's voice echoed. "This isn't over, Potter. I will return. I will always return." And then Quirrell went still. His body crumbled to dust, and a shadow, dark, shapeless, formless, rose from the remains and fled through the walls, disappearing into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber. His hand burned, his heart pounding, his scar throbbing with pain. He had survived. But Voldemort was still out there. Waiting. Dumbledore found him an hour later. The headmaster swept into the chamber, his face grave, his eyes filled with something that looked like guilt. He didn't ask what had happened. He didn't need to. You knew, Harry said. His voice was hoarse, exhausted. You knew Quirrell was possessed. You knew he was after the stone. And you let him come here anyway. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then he said, I suspected. I did not know for certain. You used me as bait. Harry's hands were shaking. You put all the students, in danger just to trap Voldemort. I put you in a position where you could succeed, Dumbledore said quietly. Where you could prove to yourself, and to him, that you are stronger than he believes. Harry laughed, a bitter, broken sound. I'm 11 years old. I know. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And I am sorry for that. Sorrier than you can imagine. Harry looked at the headmaster, at the lines on his face, the weariness in his eyes, the guilt that he couldn't quite hide. And for the first time, Harry saw Dumbledore not as a hero or a villain, but as a man. A flawed, complicated man who had made terrible choices in the name of the greater good. The door, Harry said. The one you hid in the corridor. I want to open it now. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well. Follow me. The door was back where Harry had first seen it, in the corridor that didn't exist. Dumbledore touched the oak, and it swung open silently, revealing a room filled with memories. Not pensive memories, something else. Something alive. This is where I keep the truths I cannot share, Dumbledore said. The truths that would destroy the world if they were known too soon. The forbidden truths. Harry stepped inside and looked around. The room was filled with floating orbs, each one containing a scene from the past. He saw Grindelwald and Dumbledore, young and laughing, making plans that would reshape the world. He saw Voldemort as a child, Tom Riddle, handsome and charming, hiding the monster within. He saw his parents, young and in love, dancing at their wedding. And then he saw the prophecy. Not the words this time, the moment. The moment it was made. A woman in ragged robes, her eyes white, her voice echoing through a dark room. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Harry watched the prophecy form, watched Dumbledore listen, watched the weight of it settle on the headmaster's shoulders. And he understood. Dumbledore had known about the prophecy for years. Had known that Harry was destined to face Voldemort. Had known that one of them would have to die. And instead of protecting Harry, instead of hiding him away, Dumbledore had shaped him. Molded him. Turned him into a weapon. Why? Harry whispered. Dumbledore turned to face him, his blue eyes bright with tears. Because you were the only one who could do it. The only one who could defeat him. And I needed you to be strong enough to survive. Harry stared at him, at the man who had manipulated his entire life, who had guided him toward a destiny he never asked for, who had sacrificed Harry's childhood on the altar of the greater good. I'm not your soldier, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. You're not. You're something better. You're the one who chooses. The room faded around them, the orbs, the memories, the forbidden truths, and Harry found himself back in the empty corridor, the door gone, the secrets returned to wherever they had come from. He looked at Dumbledore one last time, then turned and walked away. His scar was quiet. His heart was cold. And his mind was made up. He would not be a pawn. He would not be a weapon. He would be himself, and he would end this war on his own terms. No matter the cost. End of chapter 12. Thank you.